Yeah.
Good morning.
Nope.
Good morning.
Nope again.
Good morning.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Rob Brown Show's on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. Howdy, y'all. Happy Wednesday morning. What up? Upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. How do you do, world? Great to be with you for another 4 hours of sports, talk, entertainment, greatness. I am Rob Brown. Sitting across from me on the other side of the metaphorical glass, he is the Sultan of Swag, the Professor of Perfection, the Wizard of Wave, the Content Cash Cow, the Alpha and the Omega of the Fan Upstate, the conductor of the Symphony of Sound. That is the Rob Brown Show. Hashtag Dad Kicks. Colonel Grudge himself. The great one, Lonzo, is here. What up, Zo?
Lonzo is a superstar.
Yup.
It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It's going to be a beautiful day today. I can't see outside because it's dark. But,
it is very dark outside.
When day breaks, when morning has broken, like the first morning, it will be amazing.
That's dramatic. I like it.
No, I just quoted a lyric,
dramatic.
but I don't remember who sang that. I don't
even know the song.
Actually, I think it was Cat Stevens. Probably shouldn't be quoting him, but it's too late now.
What did Cat Stevens do? I genuinely don't know. I just know some Catmandu, and that's pretty much
changed
it.
his name to that wasn't him.
No, that wasn't him.
Yeah,
Who was Catmandu?
That was
Come on, man. We can do this.
Well,
Bob Seger.
There we go. That's why I blocked it, because I don't like Bob Seger.
Don't like Bob Seger.
Cat Stevens changed his name to something Yusuf and left the country and did something. I don't know.
Okay. I didn't know we were mad at Cat Stevens. I was unaware of that. Cat Stevens has over 2 billion streams on Spotify. 2 billion! 2 billion times people have pushed play on Cat Stevens. That's impressive. That's real impressive.
Does it say what his real name, what he changed his name to?
Yusuf Islam.
Yeah, I know it was Yusuf something.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's see. When did he do that? He released a fresh album. Oh, well, it's not fresh anymore. 2006. With that release and subsequent ones, he dropped the surname Islam from the album cover art using the stage name Yusuf as his mononym. In 2009, he released the album Road Singer. In 2014, released the album Tell 'Em I'm Gone and began his first U.S. tour since 78, which ran 12 shows. That ended in 2006. In 2017, he released the album The Laughing Apple, now using the stage name Yusuf / Cat Stevens. He went by, but he's like, I got everybody. Get everybody up in here.
Well, if you're going to get back on the stage, you got to remind people who you used to be.
You guys remember me?
Yeah, exactly. What's a mononym? Is that what I do? Is Lonzo a mononym? Because I'm just using one name?
No, I am relatively sure mononym is just like another name for.
So
no, I guess you're right. You're right. It is a one-word name. It's Cher. It's Brittany. It's Lonzo.
And Bono. Yes.
And Bono. Yeah. No, you're correct.
Okay.
Attaboy.
Mononym over here, dude. Yeah. You ain't got that, but I do. I was talking to them. I wasn't talking to you.
No, I got it.
Because you could be Rob, but I mean, Rob Brown sounds a whole lot better, especially since it's the Rob Brown Show. So that works really well.
List of most popular Cat Stevens songs. Give me 3, top of your head. I mean, I feel like there's 2 or 3 that are super easy. Peace Train, obviously.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if I heard it, I probably would know.
Ride on the Peace Train.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
there it is.
All right.
There it is. Hard-Headed Woman, I think, is one.
No, that's Kiss.
Father and Son. Great one.
So you don't know.
I'm at the list right now. I'm looking at the rest of the list.
I'm pretty sure his morning is broken on there. I'm pretty sure that's him.
Let's see. According to smoothradio.com.
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, Very Young, Peace Train, Lady Darbenville, Matthew and Son, T for the Tillerman, Morning is Broken.
There we go.
Moon Shadow, First Cut is the Deepest, Wide World. Oh, that's a banger.
Yeah, but
Father and Son.
Yeah, that's been redone a couple of times. So.
Ooh, baby. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Cat Stevens Breakdown. I am Rob Brown. He is the Great One Lonzo. We have stuff to talk about on the show today, like a lot of it. First off, my condolences to the Baltimore Oriole fans because
They're a Baltimore Oriole fan?
Shockingly, I have like 14 that I'm friends with that I did not know a bunch of them were Orioles fans until recently, right?
Did they like move here and or they just decided that's my team?
No, like most of them are from back home in Florida. And a lot of them are because they're military and that's where they ended up. I got a couple that I know here. It's been a minute since the Orioles made a run. I think 2016 was the last time that they made the playoffs. That was back when we used to do the one-game wild card series. They lost to the Jays. In 2014, they made it to the AL championship series, but they got swept 4-0 by the Royals that year. In 2012, they made it to the divisional series. They lost 3-2 to the Yankees in that one. So the O's fans have been struggling the last couple of years. They make it in. They got a young team, a good core, Adley Rutschman, Cedric Mullins. Everybody's all fired up. And then they get swept in their first series. The opening series for the O's, and the Rangers sweep them 3-0, including both of the front two being in Camden Yards at their house. Friggin' ouch, dude. So the O's are done, and the Rangers have moved on to the ALCS. They, of course, at this point are awaiting the winner of the Houston Astros and the Minnesota Twins. And the winner of that series will take on the Rangers with a World Series ticket ready to go for them. And then there is, of course, over on the National League side, a pair of games tonight. One of them is an elimination contest. One of them is not. The Atlanta Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies will play this evening at 5 p.m. 5:07 p.m. we got that game, which don't get me wrong.
Why are you complaining? Because that's a perfect time for you. You can watch the game.
Yes, it is the best time for me.
And then you got some wind down time afterwards.
It is the perfect time for me because I can get home. I got plenty of time. I'm going to do my best to avoid the siesta because, boy, did I get screwed for the first time yesterday since moving to the new slot. Avoid the siesta, got the 5 p.m. first pitch. And it's good for the Braves because even though this feels a little bit off, there are some Phillies fans that have jobs. All right? They're not all bums. There's like 8 of them that have a job.
Come on, man. Come on.
I think Philadelphia and Jacksonville, I will attack the city, but not the people. Philadelphia, I'll attack the people, not the city. All right? All due respect to those of you that are Philadelphia fans out there, please don't come at me, bro. All right. The good news about this game being at 5 is it's 2 hours less time that the Phillies fans can get liquored up before the game and act a fool. It's not going to stop them. They're Philly fans. This game could be at 3 a.m. and it would still be a ridiculous home field advantage. But we'll see.
That's a place where they grease poles and stuff, right? I think it's Philly.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, the cops and stuff do that so they don't climb the poles and they still find a way because
it's Philly. So we'll talk about those series later on in the show. You know what I did? You know what I did last night? I watched a lot of baseball yesterday. Right? Watched a lot of baseball last night, but you know what else I did yesterday? I watched hockey, dude. I watched the hockey yesterday. Even though my Predators got bounced by the Lightning in game 1, which ouch. Not the way Nashville wanted to start the year.
I was gonna say you're Nashville?
Nashville.
Okay. All right.
I went to a Preds game. 2000.
Dude, I don't care 16. Who you pull for. I'm just, I was kind of out of it. I don't recall you saying that before, but maybe I'm just old.
2016, I went over to a game. I had a friend of mine who was getting married in Nash Vegas, and I went, and a buddy from high school was at the time in charge of the the Predators PR and marketing. And I hollered at him. I'm like, hey, man, I'd love to come see you. And he goes, I'll do you one better. Got me tickets to the game. Got to sit in the president's box for the game. I was one box. So I think I've told this story before. In fact, I know I have. I was in the box next to the Tennessee Titans offensive line, who were losing their bleeping minds at this game. Tanked as a whole. Somebody hit a hat trick. They pulled out the catfish. One of the offensive linemen
pulled out the what?
A catfish.
You know, an actual catfish.
An actual catfish.
Something that someone caught from the
catfish.
ocean to see wherever catfish are. River. Okay, whatever.
River catfish. Pull the catfish out. It was dead, obviously.
Well, are you sure?
Yes. And I know that. And if it wasn't then, it would be after this. One of the linemen turned the catfish up and planted one on the mouth. Two of the other linemen started pouring beers through the gills, and he shotgunned those beers through the mouth of a catfish. It was the gnarliest thing I've ever seen in person. And immediately I'm like, I'm a Predators fan now.
Is that sanitary? I mean, can you catch something? It's like sushi, I guess. So yeah. I don't.
I got to tell you, if you're the type of person who has seen a catfish and your thought was, bro, what if I chugged a beer through that catfish? You're probably not overthinking salmonella.
Since I don't drink, I don't know. But do you want your alcohol tasting like fish? Again,
if you're in the mindset of let me chug a brewski through the gills of a river cat, you're probably not concerned about how your Miller Lite finishes.
And you did say that they were already imbibing before that point. So
no doubt they weren't.
You probably reached a point where, that's not unusual for you, I guess.
Yeah.
It was a really big fish, though.
I don't think they worried about it. It was a huge damn catfish.
Okay, because offensive linemen are large individuals. So, if the fish looked big okay. All right.
This was apparently
so one of them just caught it like earlier in the day and brought it with them? I'm trying to figure out that requires planning. You're just not in the box and you look over and go, hey, there's a fish. You got to bring that with you. Did they walk in there with a cooler?
I am unaware of the origins of the catfish. All right, unaware of the origins of the catfish.
You might think I'm overthinking this.
No, I don't at all. Yeah. I had all the same questions. I just have zero of the answers. This is not the game that I was at, Lonzo, but I'm about to drop a video of it. I'm about to slide in your DMs and drop you a video of it to sneak a peek at. This is of Taylor. What's his name? Llewellyn. They used to play lineman there in Tennessee. But this is apparently a tradition. This is a thing that's been going on. I just dropped it into your DMs. Take a look at that.
It'll take 10 minutes for it to get here. So,
and let me know if I have any way incorrectly described what you're about to look at, because I don't think I have.
Yeah, you might want to move on because I still got nothing. So
okay, we'll come back to it. Oh yeah, there. Okay, that's my bad. I was just making sure I had the right video. I did. It's great. All right, what do we got coming up on the show today?
I'm glad it was clean.
It was an NHL broadcast. It should be fine. Speaking of NHL broadcast, and I am going to downshift here for just a second. Awful story. Awful bit of news got dropped yesterday. For those of us that are hockey fans, if you're not a hockey fan, stay tuned. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but I do think it merits at least a mention. It was announced yesterday that ESPN broadcast legend Barry Melrose has been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease and is going to be stepping away from his on-air role in order to spend more time with his friends and his family and his loved ones. Obviously, it's an awful story, man. Like, Barry Melrose is hockey, right? Like, there are some guys who reach a transcendental level within their sport, right? They just be Vince Scully in baseball, Harry Carey in baseball, Bob Costas. They reach a transcendental broadcast level. And I think Barry Melrose and Ron Cherry were the two dudes that did that with hockey. And honestly, Ron Cherry was such an okay boomer broadcaster that, I don't really have, a huge affinity for Ron Cherry. He was never really he was like never a dude for me. Then I'm like, oh yeah, Ron Cherry's my guy, right? Like Ron Cherry was okay. Ron Cherry was the one, remember, that saddled the Carolina Hurricanes with the bunch of jerks tag that we've all latched on to. Because to him, it's like you do it my way or you do it poorly. Barry Melrose is just a dude who loves talking hockey. It was never about Barry Melrose, right? Ron Cherry was always about Ron Cherry, and also there's hockey. Barry Melrose, it was always about hockey, and it's Barry Melrose there talking to you about him. I love Barry Melrose. I will miss Barry Melrose. I hope the best for Barry Melrose. I mean, obviously, a Parkinson's diagnosis is tragic. One of those things that I hope one day science figures out a solution to, because no one should have to go through that. But I hope Barry Melrose is able to be fulfilled, to be content with his life as he moves forward. And sincerely, I want to thank Barry Melrose for everything that he has done and everything he has been as a hockey broadcaster. Barry Melrose is one of the reasons that I am a hockey fan now. I was not a hockey guy growing up. I grew up on the beaches of Florida. The only ice we had was in a margarita. And then a hockey team came to Pensacola, Florida. I didn't know anything about it. Buddy of mine from high school was a big hockey guy. He was like, hey, my dad's taking me to a game. Do you want to go? I said, yeah. I went to a game. Kind of was like, all right, this is not bad. My parents started taking me to Ice Pilots games back in the day. Got hooked on it, started watching it, started talking more about it. Barry Melrose, a major reason that I got hooked on NHL hockey. So we'll talk more about him later in the show. Coming up at 8 o'clock this morning, Tyson Jeffers is the new GM of the baseball team, the minor league baseball team coming to Spartanburg. They have approved the first reading of the proposed $425 million development based around a 3,500-seat baseball stadium in downtown the Berg. And this team will be moving down from North Carolina to occupy that stadium. I say this team because they don't have a name yet, or at least not one they've released. But they do have a general manager. His name is Tyson Jeffers. And Tyson's going to join us at 8 a.m. today to talk baseball in the Berg with us. And we're looking forward to that. Got a bunch of other stuff. And, of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is Whatever Wednesday, which means that at the end of every segment, the first text that I get to the text line when we go to break, when I say, we'll be right back, it's the Fan Upstate, the music plays. The first text I get when I'm done with those words will open up the next segment. We may spend 10 seconds on it, 30 seconds on it, the whole segment if it's a good take. But the first text I get when I'm done taking us out will be the text we open up the next segment with. So, 71307, start that text with fans, 71307. It can be about anything you want, and we'll read text number one on Whatever Wednesday when we come back. I'm Rob, he's Lonzo, and this is the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, real quick live read. Stay right there. I'll be right back. right. Do any of y'all working right now? Do any of y'all have a coworker that has a quiet rage anger problem?
It's not specific to where you say, by the way, because there are other people in the building who are
I'm
just
sure.
as bad. But yeah,
I know everybody on one particular station.
I worked at. No, that's not true. I worked at an auto parts place, and there's a guy named John who was out on the docks. Suddenly, you just hear things being thrown and everything, and the boss would have to go out and calm him down. And I'm like, why is he still working here? It's like they're afraid to fire him. Because he's one of those guys where you think that guy, when it finally snaps all the way, we're in trouble. I mean, it was not, he's throwing like big old huge pipes and he didn't quite throw an engine, but and then he would get on a.
There was an epidemic of people throwing things around Lonzo's town. Around Lonzo.
Yeah, it could be Ohio, I suppose. I didn't think about that. I really didn't.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. He is the great one, Lonzo. We is good to have you. Every single morning, 6 to 10. Hope you'll be a part of the show. 844-326-3663. 844-FAN-FONE. It is Whatever Wednesday. It's the first time we've done it in the new time slot because last week we were brand new and I forgot. So we're doing it today. The concept of Whatever Wednesday is very simple. Every time I take us to a break, you're listening to the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. The very next text that comes in on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. The next individual text that comes in when we return from the break, we will address it. We will talk about it. We'll break it down. It may be something we just read, make one snide comment, and move on. It may be something that I go, that's a really interesting topic, and we spend a segment on it. It's up to you how good you want it to be. So if you've got a topic, you don't want to call in, you don't know if it fits or not, go ahead and type it into the phone at 71307. Start it with the keyword FAN, F-A-N. And at the end of that segment, hit send. As I'm taking us to break, send it in. And if it is the first text to pop up on the screen after I take us to break, it will be the first thing that we read coming into the next segment. We had a texter during the break there that said, any update on Juice Wells? And the answer is yes. And I'm glad you brought that up because I did have it on the schedule to run down. But we do know now that Juice Wells will more than likely not be available for the Gamecocks against the Gators of Florida coming up this weekend. Shane Beamer said yesterday that it is unlikely Juice is going to be available against Florida as he continues to heal from a left foot injury. Remember, he dealt with that injury. It got aggravated during the game against Tennessee. He missed some time at summer camp because of it, hurt his foot early in the loss against Georgia, missed the next two games, came back against Tennessee, and now we're waiting to see what the deal is. Wells met with a specialist in Charlotte, North Carolina on yesterday to check his progress, and Beamer said that he is, quote, on the fast track from a healing process, end quote, but then did go on to say that they are not planning on rushing him back, quote, before he's ready. We don't want Juice going out there without the right mindset, end quote. So that's a bit of a bummer. Xavier Legette's done an excellent job filling in. He is currently sitting at 607 yards receiving on the year, is seventh most in the country for the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season. He actually was leading the nation in receiving yards with Xavier Legette, but based on some very difficult games against Georgia, against Tennessee, that number has kind of slowed down just a little bit. It is going to be, I think, critically important for the Gamecocks to be able to move the ball laterally through the air against Florida this weekend. They are not a very polished defense, but they are a very athletic defense. And if you want to keep Florida on their heels, I think it is very important to be able to throw the ball against them this weekend. We're going to talk more about that later on in the show and later on in the week. But there is another story that I wanted to get to. There is another discussion regarding Shane Beamer that I would like to get to, and it is this. This comes from Peyton Titus, who writes for The State. Yesterday, in the third hour of the show, I brought up the NIL comments that were made by Mark Stoops, the head coach at the University of Kentucky. You'll remember that Kentucky got waxed by Georgia this weekend. I had an issue with what Mark Stoops had to say. If you missed it, Mark Stoops said, hey, look, Georgia bought, a great roster. They bought a lot of great players. And if we want to compete, we need our fans to start donating more money. We need our fans to get more involved and to give more. It was, very TV televangelist of him, right? If you want good things to happen, you got to give me more money. And the issue that I had was I did not know that less than 10 minutes after your team got the crap kicked out of it, and I say because you were wildly unprepared for that game, in my ever so humble yet frequently correct opinion, I don't know that I love the timing of that, right? Because while it is not a direct attachment, it did feel to me to some degree like Mark Stoops was saying, our fans aren't chipping in enough for us to be successful. And I got an issue with that, right? Because if you watch that Georgia-Kentucky game, as I did, I think it was pretty easy to walk away from that Georgia-Kentucky game with the belief, or at least I did, with the belief that Kentucky was unprepared. Kentucky wasn't ready. This was a team that, by and large, across the media landscape, those of us that cover this game believed Kentucky would at least cover the spread. It was like 12.5. I thought they'd cover. I took some dimes out on Kentucky to cover. This is not about my bet. It's about saying I believed Kentucky could be in this contest. I saw what Auburn did. I saw what South Carolina did. And I said, I'm not sure that Kentucky's not a better team than both South Carolina and Auburn. And if those two teams could have the games they had against Georgia, a game that South Carolina held the lead against the Bulldogs at halftime, a game that Kentucky made Georgia work down to the final snap to put them away, Kentucky should absolutely be able to compete with this football team. And they did not compete. Not even kind of competed, man. They embarrassed themselves, if I may say so myself. And I can, and I do. So for him to come out 30 minutes later or whatever it was and say, oh, you know, if you want to compete, we need more money from the fans. I'm like, do you, or do you just need to be a better coach, man? Because it wasn't like you got beat because Georgia's just oodles and oodles better than you. They are. But you got beat because your team was not prepared. Your team was not ready. That was not the team I expected to see out of Kentucky. So I had a major problem with it, right? And now I've been asked, do I have a problem with Shane Beamer? Because here is what Shane said. After Stoops' comments, South Carolina football coach Shane Beamer said, quote, I'm grateful for our fans and every amount of money that they give to this university, this football program, paying money to come to games at Williams-Brice Stadium. But for those that have the ability to give, we need you for sure. You've got to own it. You've got to, oh, sorry, that's the Stoops comment. Beamer said, I want what's best for our players. I'll make every phone call, speak to every group I possibly can when it comes to raising money for our guys from an NIL standpoint. That is the name of the game. Whether you agree with NIL, don't agree with NIL, if you want to win at the highest level and you want to win championships like we do here at Carolina, we're going to have to be very active from an NIL standpoint, a collective standpoint. I don't have an issue with this. for two reasons. Number one, he's right.
Isn't he a representative of the university, though? So is he allowed to help raise money for NIL?
He's allowed to say, please get more involved with collectives.
No,
Yeah.
he just said that he's willing to make phone, according to the quote, make phone calls, do whatever it takes to get the money. I mean, I thought that was supposed to be separated.
An NIL collective can have players, they can have coaches, they can have people come speak on their behalf. Now, the coach can't give money to it. The coach can't take money from it, from my understanding, but they can pitch it. It's a fundraiser. Just like they can do it with booster clubs, right? The way I perceive it, the way that I perceive it to some degree is coaches kind of have to play by the same rules as far as assisting that they do with the booster clubs, right?
This is why they need to go ahead and say that the universities can pay NIL deals, because once they do that, you don't have to worry about stepping on lines and tiptoeing and making sure you don't say things the wrong way. Because to me, if you're a representative of that university and you're saying you're going out there and you're doing that stuff, then you're doing it for the university, and that goes against, from what I understand, the rule is.
The rule is that by the way, and we're going to talk about this later, there is another NCAA Division I subcommittee meeting coming up tomorrow where they are going to actually discuss further the rules as far as schools being directly involved with collectives. I'll tell you about that story later on in the show.
This whole thing sounds like the pirate code. It just does.
Not so much rules as guidelines. Barbosa was such a good character, right?
Absolutely.
What's his name? Jeffrey Rush?
Yes.
Did a phenomenal job with Barbosa. So we'll talk about that story and the potential changes down the line. As far as all this goes, and we'll break this out into further segments as we move on. The take that Beamer had does not bother me the way that the take that Mark Stoops had bothered me. And it's because of two primary reasons. The first reason is the timing for Stoops. Coming off of an L, getting it handed to you by Georgia, it just gives the optics of almost kind of blaming the fans. Well, if the fans would give us more, we'd be able to compete more. Nah, it's kind of your job, dude. You got to give them a program that makes it feel like it's worth donating to. A. The second reason I had a problem with Stoops and the way he phrased it versus the way that Beamer did is that Mark Stoops effectively accused Georgia of breaking NIL rules, right? I'm not saying they are or they are not. But much like any other decision, I'm not going to say that a thing is true if I don't know it to be true, just like I won't say it's false if I don't know it to be false. What I will say is unless you know it's true, don't even insinuate at it. Don't even hint at it, right? Because if I'm Georgia, if I'm Kirby Smart, and I got Kentucky on the schedule next year, I'm remembering this. I'm hanging on to this. Oh, okay. You're going to accuse us of cheating. That's fine. That's fine. If you're going to accuse us of cheating, I'm going to beat you like you said something bad about me. What Beamer said, no problem, because everything he said is correct. All right, your thoughts. 844-326-3663 is the phone number to get on the air. 71307, the MadWorldAttractions.com text line. The next text we receive opens up the next segment of the show on whatever Wednesday. It's
whatever.
It's Lonzo. It's you. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
See, I think my whatever and your whatever are different because your whatever is more of an Orange Cassidy whatever, and my whatever is apparently, passive aggressive, according to some people.
Yeah, I've said that a few times, Joey B. The rules don't exist. I mean, the rules do exist, but you're right. It is a feckless organization.
Good word.
Thank you.
Love that. I've never used it in a sentence because I'm not. But I enjoy when I hear someone say it, just saying feckless.
It is a feckless organization for that exact reason, because they are horrified. They are terrified that if they tick off the wrong conference the wrong time, it starts the cataclysmic events that lead to the cessation of operations for the National Collegiate Athletic Association.
He's just showing off now.
My vocabulary is indomitable.
Okay. I don't need mine to be, so you know.
Do y'all believe there should be an NIL salary cap? I'm fine with it, Jesse. If you're going to allow the players to form a union and collectively bargain, right? Because everybody goes, oh, the NFL's got a salary cap. Correct. Because it is negotiated with the players union. That is a part of the deal that they have accepted. The players union has. That is part of the deal that they have accepted through their collective bargaining agreement with the NFL. So I am fine with the concept of an NIL salary cap if you are going to allow the players to unionize and come to the table and negotiate for the benefits on their own behalf as a collective. If you are not willing to let the players unionize, then no, I'm not in favor of a salary cap. Because that puts all of the control over the market on the power player entity, and that's not a good thing, in my opinion.
Wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made
Joe's like quoting the Supreme Court. So if you quote the Supreme Court, I mean, you know.
Yeah, 100%, and it's 100% correct. This is why one of my favorite talking points has been, can you name me another industry where the general public seems to be so against the employees? Besides the government.
I was going to say government. I mean, you know.
This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline if people's
Oh no, it's almost time for me to read. I don't like reading.
If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need.
I know how this is going to sound, so I don't care, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Water cooler is at 7, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now that we have an intro, I want to make sure that it's you know, properly placed and and this is also me reminding you that we have an intro. So
We do have an intro now.
So should we start the hour with it, or should you ask for it? Because we didn't discuss this earlier, and we probably should have.
Top of the hour, I think we should do the regular intro.
Okay, all right.
And then I'll call for the sounder to start it.
Okay. Work in progress, people. Still getting praise from the powers that be, though. It's just weird, man. I'm just not used to that. Not that I get negativity. It's more just nothing, which is not bad. Thank you, Kevin.
Today, mostly sunny and pleasant with a high of 76.
Weather brought to you by Express.
What if?
Really? It was gone, and then you had to bring it back. I'm not going to say I hate you right now, but I'm.
What if you live? What if you lie?
It's not a bad song. He just can't stop singing it. So it's like in your head the entire. I've finally gotten rid of it, and he brought it back.
Good
What if you did? What if I lied? Creed. That one I did out of spite.
It felt like spite.
Yeah, that one I did out of
Yeah.
spite. I've seen the wicked fruit of your vine. So, I'm a big Creed guy, and I've stopped making apologies for it, all right? There was a long stretch in my life where I made a lot of apologies for being a Creed fan. No mas! I love him now. And ladies and gentlemen, the World Series is already it's already been decided. It's over. The Texas Rangers are winning the World Series because not only do they have a wildly prolific offense and very good pitching in the back end right now, but on top of that, they have found their season's inspiration. They told a story earlier this week that for whatever reason, a while back, they started bumping Creed in the locker room. They started getting jacked around Scott Stapp. Yo. And Creed is now the locker room backing track of choice.
Sorry.
No, leave it.
No, sorry, stream, but
You can't hear it, but we're listening.
We
to
would
Creed
get, yeah, because I knew we were going to probably listen to more than this if I brought
Can't
it.
sleep beneath the trees of wisdom. When axes cut the roots that feed them. Folk tongues and bitter
Listen, he
mouths
knows the words,
drive
dude.
a man to bleed from inside out.
What if you did? What if you lied? Why'd
The
you
stream
stop,
can
man?
only hear us, and it's
Yeah,
hysterical.
but we had harmony there, and you just backed off. What are you doing?
What if I avenge? What if I foreign I? Needs more vowels. Listen, Creed's incredible. And my favorite part last night was they went to a break. They went to an inning break. And they had Rosenthal, Ken Rosenthal. They had Rosenthal talking about it during the break. Ken Rosenthal, for those of you that don't know, is the MLB sideline reporter for Fox. He's the dude that shows up on the bow tie. And I like Ken Rosenthal. He does a fantastic job, but he's a huge dork, right? And that's kind of, to be a baseball reporter guy, you kind of got to be a nerd. You just kind of got to be a nerd, right? And so they go to him. They're like, "Hey, man, talk to us about this Creed story, right?" And I'm waiting for Ken Rosenthal to get into his inner Scott Stapp. I'm waiting for it. And he's like, "The Texas Rangers like Creed now. They listen to it in the locker room all the time." And I'm like, this is the most not Creed thing I've ever heard, man. Can't you put some more Jacksonville into that, bro? Creed formed in Tallahassee, by the way. And I know that because their bassist went to my high school, right? And when he got big, my senior year, tried to book Creed to play our homecoming. They would not do it.
I mean, it's worth a shot, you know.
We made the call.
You think maybe they love their alma mater, but probably like most musicians, they were picked on and stuff in school and said, nope.
I've seen the wicked fruit of your vine, destroyed the man who lacks a strong mind. It's so good, man.
Yeah, it's just amazing that you know the lyrics. I just because I've heard when you don't know the lyrics. So
All right.
like the Cody Rhodes song.
Texter said the first text we got after going to break on whatever Wednesday said, "Rob, when was the last time you heard a player getting suspended for their GPA being too low?" I got a crap memory. I'm not going to lie. I got to write down everything. The tablet of truth is I got this like 3 months ago. It's already like 85% filled with notes because I'm dumb and forgetful. I can't think of one, Lonzo. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happening. Not at a Power 5 school. Not at a Power 5 school, Texter. I mean, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I don't know of it. And B, I don't know that they would tell you if they did. I don't know. Texter said, "Is it a thing anymore, or is the school just worried about the money?" Are you talking about the NIL? Like, what do you mean by that, Texter? Is it a thing anymore, or is the school just worried about the money? Yes. Turns out all the schools are worried about money. All the football programs are worried about money. All the athletic departments are worried about money because, love it, hate it, you got to know it's true. Money makes the world go round. And by the world, I mean literally whatever world you're in, money makes it go round.
You know how you get more money by paying for better players. That's just how that works. I mean, because if you got a better team, more people show up and pay for tickets and merch and all that kind of stuff.
Again,
so it is an investment, so it makes sense.
As I've said in the past, I'll say it again. I don't have an issue with what Shane Beamer said. It is 100% truth. If you want to win championships now, you had better be good in the NIL department, and you better be good in the transfer department, right? You better know how to work the portal in and out. You better know how to work the portal. It's not an option anymore. This is not something that's a choice anymore. You either do it or you get left behind, right? And it sucks for some of those mid-tier schools or schools that are basketball schools, Kentucky, right? It sucks for those schools because it's not going to be easy. But that doesn't make it impossible. It doesn't mean it's something that can't happen, right? This is what I got frustrated with the call we got on, what was it, yesterday or Monday? I don't remember. But the call we got the other day, shout out to my guy Slooper, who did he had an excellent call. But he said, this is going to kill the small schools. Guys, nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. It's just that money going into NIL used to go into booster clubs. It used to go into touchdown clubs and quarterback clubs and whatever other clubs you had. And then that money went from the clubs to the school and got distributed that way. It's just that now there's another option on the table. And I know for a fact there are people that used to give $5,000 to booster clubs every year. Now give it to the NIL collectives. Because I got news for you. The fans don't particularly care if the amenities are the nicest in the game. You hope they are because it's a recruiting tool. But what they care about is, are we setting up the program to get the best available players? And the only way you used to be able to do it was to provide the nicest place for the players to live, to work, to eat, to sleep, yada, yada, yada. That's why, as we pointed out, that's why LSU built 7 new locker rooms over 10 years. That is why Alabama's got a whole damn spa, like a luxury spa. That is why some of these schools have barber shops in their locker room, recording studios in their locker rooms. Because it used to be, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the only way that you could get people, players, to show up and go, I want to be here. Because every football program is a football program. You got to make it to where they go, oh, this is nice. I like it here. Now you can just go, hey, everybody who plays with us, we got an NIL collective with a car dealership down the road. And that dealership's going to put you behind the wheel of a $62,000 brand new Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn Edition. And you're going to get that truck to drive around. And some kids are going to go, dope, right? Imagine you're coming out of high school. You've never owned a car. Your family can't afford a car. You've never had your own car. You had to walk to high school. You had to walk home from football practice. You had to beg rides from friends. And then the Utah Utes go, we got a collective that gives a truck, a $62,000 vehicle, to every kid on this football team. Well, if you've never had a car, well, that sounds pretty good, don't it?
All that sounds familiar to me because that describes me perfectly. But who pays for the insurance?
The NIL collective.
Do they?
Yep.
All right, we good then.
As far as I know, the NIL
collective. I mean, if they pay for the insurance, we good.
Now, I did read somewhere the other day that the kids have to pay the tax on the lease. Like, I don't believe the taxes can be covered by the collective, right? The beneficiary of the effectively donation have to cover the taxes on it as well. But if that dealership then turns around and goes, oh, by the way, not only do you get this truck, but here's what I need. I'm also going to pay you another, $1,000 for the semester. And what I need you to do is I need you to tell your friends. I need you to make a social media post a week about how much you love the truck. I need you to film a video in the truck. I need you to post pictures of the truck. And if you do that, how much were the taxes on that lease? $200 a month? Great. If you film a video a week, I'll give you $250 a month in NIL bonus, right? So there's always ways around. There's always ways around this. But again, if you went through high school, you didn't have a vehicle. You had to bum rides all the time. When I played my junior year, my senior year of high school, when I played basketball, right? There were 4 or 5 kids on my team that did not come from money. Families just did not have a lot, right? And it was not uncommon when I had first period basketball, right? We had to be in school, in the locker room. School started at 7. We had to be in the locker room at 6:45, dressed at 6:50, on the floor at 6:55, because from 7 to 7:50, Mark Tiza owned us for first period basketball. Rob frequently had to leave his house at like 5:45 in the morning because I had to pick up 2 or 3 kids around town to get them to basketball practice because the bus didn't come in time for them to make it, and their parents couldn't drop them off, and they didn't have a car. So if somebody couldn't come get them, they had to wait for the bus, which means that they were going to end up at school at 7 o'clock, and they were going to miss practice, and that means they weren't going to play that week. So for my team to be the best, I literally ran a shuttle service for like 2 basketball seasons. I didn't mind that. If you'd have told any of those kids, come to this school, you get a $62,000 truck, and you do not have to be dependent on somebody else for anything moving forward, that's a deal they would love to have.
I'm not implying that you weren't a cool kid.
92 Cadillac Seville,
but which is roomy for basketball too. But you got to hang out with the cool kids by picking them up, right?
Sure did.
That's okay.
Sure did.
I'm just saying that's what
Sure did.
You know, whatever swerve you got to do.
I mean, I got to hang out with the cool kids because I was the cool kids.
Okay, all right.
That is not true.
All right.
That is not true. I was a dork. I was a nerd back then too. I was a nerd without charisma back then. Imagine that. Anyway, there's some thoughts.
He rolled a 1.
Constantly. Ladies and gentlemen, Texter says Notre Dame sits students for GPA regularly. Texter said the about the money was the rest of the question about GPA. I got it. Okay, I'll come back and I'll address that later on in the show. And Texter said, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Yeah, NASCAR, baby. Lonzo's got a Rob Brown Show Sports Flash, and hour number 2 is around the corner on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Y'all.
Thanks. Yeah, that counts. I didn't have it on. All right, Spartanburg City Council has approved the first reading of a developmental agreement for a $425 million project centered around a new 3,500 seat baseball stadium that will serve as home for the new minor league baseball team. The new general manager of that yet to be named team, Tyson Jeffers, will join the Rob Brown Show. That's the show this morning at 8 a.m. So make sure you stay tuned for that. The first ticket to the MLB Divisional Championship Series has been punched as the Texas Rangers knocked off the Baltimore Orioles last night, sweeping the series in 3 games. We are your home for Furman Paladins football and basketball. Tune in Saturday as Furman takes on Sanford starting at 11:30 right here on the Fan Upstate. This is the Rob Brown Show. And I'm the mononym Lonzo. Yay. Yeah, let's see if I can make a promo out of the what if thing. Definitely going to give it a shot.
The smartest way to hire. Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. South Carolina's #1 haunted house in one of America's top screen bars. Explore your way through the elaborate haunted house trail with new rooms, scares, and top-notch actors. You'll experience Zombie Outbreak, Pinehurst Asylum, Chainsaw Massacre House, Pirates Revenge, The Carnival of Clowns.
He will not. He'll sing that song all day, by the way. I usually don't wish things on other people, but I hope it's stuck in your guys' heads too. That way, you know, collective suffering. Bet he's in the hallway singing it right now.
That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find them.
Will Rob Brown return in time for the beginning of the next hour? Stay tuned to find out.
The new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium is here. Switch to my plan from Verizon at your local store today, and you'll get the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro on us.
All right. Little concerned here.
Trade in any iPhone, any model, any condition, guaranteed. Yeah, even the old phone in your pocket right now. It's your Verizon. $999.99, 128 gigabyte home device payment purchase or full retail purchase with new smartphone line and unlimited ultimate plan required. Less $1,000 trade-in or promo credit applied for 36 months. Promo credit ends. Eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
Dude, where are you, dude? Look at that. That's, I was going to start it without him because, but he made it in time. Good job, Rob.
Yeah. The Rob Brown Show second hour starts right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Great to have you. This is the Fan Upstate. Happy Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway home, my dudes and dudettes. And we got a lot of stuff coming up in an hour from now. We're going to be joined
Wait. We're halfway home to what? Oh, the
end
day.
of the show.
No,
Yes.
no, we're not.
We're not, though, are we?
No, we're not.
In 1 hour, we'll be halfway home.
It's only been a week and a half. I mean, there's some adjustment.
There is. I made a massive miscalculation yesterday. Rob Brown is squarely team siesta. All right. Big fan of the nap, the midday nap, right? Weekends. Oh man. Weekends are made for napping. Like ordinarily the weekend, you get up, you go out, you get some stuff done, you watch a little football. And then catch a 30 to 60 minute snoozer somewhere in the middle of the day.
Can you nap outside?
Oh yeah.
Can you?
Like a champ, dude.
Yeah.
In fact, I almost, and I'm probably going to now that it's real nice outside, almost bought a hammock from Costco the other day.
See,
I love a hammock.
I had one with the metal frame, but after like 7 or 8 years, the weld broke on it, and I kind of went slowly to the ground. But I do have, it was a slow fall, luckily.
Love a hammock.
But I got to find 2 trees. I want to put it between 2 trees.
That's
So
the
do
best
I.
way to go.
So do I. But the squirrels will form a ring around me if I fall asleep outside. I'm not. Yeah.
Love a hammock. Big fan. Yesterday I got home from work. Got out of here at 12:30, whatever. I get here at 4:45 to 5 a.m. Got out of here about 12:30 or so. Went to the house. Did a couple of things around the house. And then I thought, you know what? 45-minute snoozer, right? It takes me about 15 to fall asleep. Get the old half-hour nap. I'm good. Get up. I'll do some stuff around the house. I'll have dinner with the fiance. I'll watch some baseball. We'll call it a night. Well, she texted me. I woke up from the siesta to a text, and she said, I'm going to have to stay about half an hour late. I got a couple of things around the office that I got to knock out. And I said, yeah, no, for sure. No worries. I'll be here. But because I woke up to that, I checked that text. I replied. I set the phone down, and I'm like, let me just rest my eyes for a minute. Just rest my eyes for a minute. And that minute turned into another 2-hour nap in the middle of the day. So I got back up. I finally got up out of bed at like 4 o'clock. But then night time last night did not go great for me.
See, I think that's another mistake you're making.
Huge risk.
Don't nap in the bed.
Why? That's the best place to nap.
No, nap on the couch or something. Because the thing is, you're not going to be, you're going to get a nap, but you're not going to go to sleep. That's the thing. If you're in the bed, you're like, I'm in the bed.
I'm in bed.
Yeah, that's why I never nap in the bed.
Yeah, it's not unfair. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7 a.m. It's actually 7:03, but it's the 7 o'clock segment, which means it's time for the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?"
even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is time for the water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 things you need to know before you go talk sports on your first work break. We start with item number 1. It is an item on our Sports Flash as well, because, well, to me, it's a big deal, especially for those of you over in the Berg. The Spartanburg City Council has approved the first reading of a development agreement for a planned $425 million downtown baseball stadium development. At its most recent meeting, the project, titled Project Core, is according to scbiznews.com, is a master plan for the next district of downtown Spartanburg, combined with improvements underway along West Main Street, according to the city. Project Core will transform the downtown's Western Gateway, an area that has become increasingly attractive to mixed-use development. Spartanburg City Manager Chris Story said this deal with Johnson Development Associates is the largest economic development project in the city's history. It was announced first back in May, and the centerpiece of the development will be a new minor league baseball stadium that will serve as the future home of the SC team that is moving down from Kinston, North Carolina. The team will be renamed in the move to Spartanburg, according to the city, though we do not know that name yet. In addition to the city and Johnson Development, other partners on the project are Spartanburg County and One Spartanburg, Inc. The development will cover a total of around 4 blocks of downtown Spartanburg, bounded by West Henry Street on the south, West Main Street to the north, South Daniel Morgan Avenue and Spring Street to the east, and CSX railroad tracks to the west. The stadium is expected to be a 3,500-seat stadium, which includes 200,000 square feet of office space, more than 375 apartment units, a 150-room hotel, parking facilities to house at least 1,500 vehicles, and a large public plaza and event space. And construction on the project will take place in phases, with the stadium and first parking structure expected to be completed by spring of 25, and subsequent phases to be completed over several years. Coming up at 8 o'clock, just a little under an hour from right now, Tyson Jeffers is the general manager of the new baseball team. He was announced early this week by Diamond Baseball Holdings, the team that will manage this baseball program. He will talk a little Spartanburg baseball with us coming up at 8 a.m. this morning. Item number 2. We have talked NIL at length over the last day. We had the comments of Mark Stoops earlier in the week. Yesterday, the comments of Shane Beamer, which we talked about back in the last hour. And a big chunk, I suspect, of the reason that these conversations are coming to light is that there is a chance that new NIL rules, proposals, guidelines, whatever you want to call them, may come to light tomorrow. An NCAA subcommittee in charge of examining the rules that dictate how athletes use their NIL rights to make money will meet tomorrow to discuss several proposed changes, according to meeting notes obtained by ESPN. He says, Dan Murphy, in a ESPN article on the front page of that website. The notes show potential changes that would give schools the clearance to find deals for athletes, review contracts, help them with preparing taxes, and provide resources such as cameras or graphic designers for athletes to complete their end of marketing deals. Now, the proposed changes have not been finalized, and it is not clear when or if any new guidance would be adopted, but the changes would potentially eliminate some of the uncertainty about how much athletic departments can help athletes seen in the first 2+ years of college sports NIL era. Dan Murphy goes on to say that allowing staff members to more directly impact how money flows to players could also represent a major step forward towards reshaping the nature of the relationship between schools and their athletes. Nebraska Athletic Director Trev Alberts chimed in. He is a member of the committee that meets tomorrow. He said he's in favor of making, quote, aggressive changes, end quote, that would help schools support their athletes and at the same time regain some control in the NIL marketplace. Albert said, quote, let's be honest, some of the stuff we're talking about now, we would have never even had a conversation about 2 years ago. The goalposts keep moving. We keep sliding further and further. Some of the things early on that were impermissible, it's time to rethink those things, end quote. We do know some of the proposed changes. Some of them are allowing schools to proactively assist in the development and creation of NIL activity, provide services such as tax preparation and contract review for players, provide access to equipment such as cameras, podcast studios, etc. for NIL activity, and communicate with school sponsors about NIL opportunities for their athletes, quote, including securing specific opportunities.
All right, quick question here. Didn't they just get rid of photo shoots?
Yes.
So how can, in this, are they bringing it back? So how can they get rid of it and then also do this?
I would assume that is part of this discussion.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Because this is an ever-changing, ever-fluid
Well,
situation.
Lonzo, it's not photos, it's video. So, I mean,
well, again, I mean, it's podcast, it's video, it's graphic design.
I know, but they made a big deal about getting rid of the photo shoots, and now they're going to do this. It's just,
see, it's interesting because I don't think they really made a big deal out of it. I think it kind of flew-ish under the radar, right? At least that's how it feels to me. So anyway, we are going to keep an eye on this for you, ladies and gentlemen, as this subcommittee meets tomorrow to discuss potential changes, which means that Friday morning we will likely have a lot to talk about in this regard. Item number 3. This one I am going to be selfish about. This one I am going to talk about something that I want to talk about. It was announced yesterday that ESPN's Barry Melrose, an absolute icon in the world of hockey broadcasting, is stepping away from ESPN after a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. It was announced by John Buccigross on the X, on Twitter, whatever you want to call it, yesterday, when he tweeted out, Barry Melrose has Parkinson's disease and is stepping away from our ESPN family to spend more time with his. I've worked with Barry at ESPN for over a quarter century. Cold beers and hearty laughs in smoky cigar bars, a razor-sharp wit. He always looked his best. Oh, excuse me, rest of the tweet's loading. He was always early and looked like $1 million. I love him. I'll miss him. Wayne Gretzky on a dedicated life to hockey. And then he has about a 4.5-minute clip of Gretzky narrating some of the legendary stories of Barry Melrose's career. Melrose, 67 years old, played 300 regular season and 7 playoff games in the NHL, played for the Jets, the Maple Leafs, and the Red Wings, while also spending a substantial time in the old WHA, where he played 178 regular season and 5 playoff games. The slick back hair is going to be missed, man. Been on ESPN for decades. I've told this story before. I told it earlier this morning. I didn't grow up around hockey. I grew up on the beach in Florida. There was no hockey. When I was a kid, there was no Tampa Lightning. There were no Florida Panthers. These things didn't exist. The closest we ever got was the Atlanta Thrashers, and you saw how well they did, right? They folded. So I was never around hockey growing up. And then somewhere around late middle school, they announced that a minor league hockey team was coming to Pensacola. Now it makes sense. The Florida Panhandle has 3 major military installations. They have Pensacola Naval Air Station, which is where the team that based there gets its name from. That is also the home of the Blue Angels. If you're going to fly for the Navy, you're going through Pensacola. They have Hurlburt Field. That is the chief operations base for the Air Force Special Forces. All those.
You said Hurlburt.
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 Hurlburt. Hurlburt.
Hurlburt
Field.
Man, that's hard to hide. Never mind.
All the C-130s that they load up and they send overseas to go do the bigwig missions, they all train at Hurlburt Field. And then there's Eglin Air Force Base. Eglin is a training base for the Air Force. It is the largest Air Force base by area in the continental United States. Eglin Air Force Base, every time the Air Force rolls out a new non-nuclear weapon, it's tested at Hurlburt. New guns, missiles, bombs. Remember the Moab bomb a few years back? The mother of all bombs?
Yeah, that thing was
a beast.
Yeah.
Developed and tested at Eglin Air Force Base, right? So the Air Force best experimental mines are at Eglin. So that area was big. It was, and that means they've got, much like Greenville, it's got people from all over the United States who live across that area. Also means you got a lot of Big Ten fans. You got a lot of New England fans, which also means you got a lot of hockey fans. So it was one of the early adventures into hockey in the South. They put the team there. I didn't know anything about hockey, whatever. I had a buddy of mine who said, my dad's taking me to a hockey game. Do you want to go? And young Rob, much like old Rob, will go to any sporting event. I don't need to know the teams or even the sport. I'll go because I like competition. And so I went. We had a real good time. Then eventually my mom started taking me to games. We started getting into it. I didn't know much about hockey. I knew that it's probably one of the top 2 sports to watch live and in person. So I started paying attention. I started watching. I started checking it out. I started following the NHL. I had a babysitter as a kid, Miss Angela. We all got that babysitter as a kid we got a crush on. That was mine, Miss Angela. She was a Detroit Red Wings fan.
Why does Queen come to mind right now? But anyway.
She was a big Red Wings fan. Watched hockey because of her when I was a young kid, but it really wasn't so much watching hockey as when Angela was over. If the Red Wings are on, Rob got to stay up late past his bedtime when his parents weren't home, right? So that was about the extent of it to me. And then I kind of was like, okay, well, I'll go back to being a Red Wings fan. So I started watching the NHL to follow the Red Wings of Detroit. And there was Barry Melrose with his slick back, gelled back hockey hair.
Mullet, man.
Phenomenal hockey mullet.
It was a great mullet.
And Barry Melrose taught me everything I needed to know about hockey. He explained it. This was pre-podcast, right? This was you could go to Spotify and find whatever podcast you wanted to learn about a thing. Basically, you had ESPN and you had Barry Melrose. And Melrose is a lifelong hockey dude. Did a phenomenal job of kind of finding that middle ground. I've told you guys, this is kind of where this comes from for this show. I've said before, this show to me should include the entire spectrum of sports fans. If you have never watched sports before, I want you to be able to listen to the show and feel included. If you're a big-time guy who knows ball, I want you to feel like you were included here. Everybody has something here on the show. That's how Barry Melrose was for hockey. Barry Melrose was a cat that you could be like me in high school, never watched hockey, didn't understand it, had no background, had nobody to ask questions for. Barry Melrose could explain what was happening to me in a way that I would get it. Then I got older. Then I learned hockey. Then I knew puck. And once I knew puck Barry Melrose could talk hockey like an expert, and I felt included there as well. That's why this dude is going to go down as a legend, man. Barry Melrose. Hate the announcement from yesterday, but nothing but infinite gratitude to the dude that made me a hockey fan. The Swamp Rabbits wouldn't have me without Barry Melrose. Mucho importante. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate. Matt World. All right, guys. Another live read. Stay right there. We'll be right back. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging in there. Happy Wednesday behind the ropes. Luke, welcome in. James, Jesse, P Digits.
Whatever.
For a few weeks, basketball practice started at 5:30 to 7:30 in the morning. No fun. Oh, dude, we had that time in summer.
Ooh, I like that one.
Whatever.
We had summer.
Whatever.
That's a good one.
Whatever.
Eh.
Whatever. Whatever. Whatever.
Where's a dude doing it?
Whatever. Whatever.
Eh.
Whatever. Whatever.
Whatever.
That is not a child.
Whatever.
Says a child. That's a female.
Whatever. Like whatever. Like whatever. Like whatever. Like whatever.
Oh, that sounded like.
Like whatever. Like whatever. Like whatever.
Whatever. Whatever.
Dude, whatever.
Whatever.
All right, I'm going back. Where's the one that we liked? Is it this one?
Whatever.
Yeah, let's go with that.
is their people. That's why they promote from within. And you can even go from a bagger to CEO. Check out their open positions and apply at apply.publix.jobs. Publix is proud to be an equal opportunity employer committed to a diverse workforce.
Last Friday night, the Burns Rebels went on the road and won a double overtime thriller against the Boiling Springs Bulldogs. This Friday night, they look to make it regional win number 3 when they host Dortmund. Hey, it's Rob Brown. The
Where'd it go?
Burns Rebels inviting you to join us this Friday night when the Rebels host Dortmund in a regional contest. Pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30. It's Burns Rebels High School football, powered by your local Eagles Market and Founders Federal Credit Union on the Fan Upstate, 97.1 Spartanburg, 97.7 Greenville, and free on the Odyssey app.
Listen on the Odyssey app. Search the Fan Upstate.
It is Whatever Wednesday.
Whatever.
Which means that the first text that we get after the last word that I say going to break gets read coming back on the air when we start the next segment. Like the texter who said, Rob, thank goodness for the new time slot. My daughter must like the sound of your voice because she can throw a fit getting ready for the day. But once we're in the car listening to you, she's all quiet. Well, you didn't attach a name, but shout out to that guy's daughter.
Maybe she's scared.
That might be
It could be like,
Captain America Chris Evans down the hall is on the vacay this week, and he came by the office yesterday and brought one of his munchkins. Would not even turn the corner to come into the office with me, Alonzo, to say hi.
She's mortally afraid of me. So
understandable.
She's small and I am a large individual. I'm just a big dude. So when you're around people that are kind of around the same size and you see someone like, I didn't know that was a thing. And I'm not sure I like it.
So shout out to that guy's daughter, who is a bigger fan of the show than getting ready for school, which is beyond understandable. It is. But kids, stay in school, do your best, learn a bunch, because there is nothing more powerful than knowledge and critical thinking.
And there's your proof.
And I'm going to go double dip on the Whatever Wednesday.
Whatever.
A shout out to the greatest sideline reporter in America. A man who is single-handedly bringing back khaki chinos to the airwaves, the Burns Rebels' own Sam Clark, who is listening right now. And I'm pretty sure he's got Lane Fowler, the best color guy in the business, ladies and gentlemen, listening. He said, did Sam Clark, give us a shout-out, Rob. I am the Barry Melrose of high school football. Sam, if you don't show up now, Friday night, when Burns hosts Dortmund, looking for another regional win to go 3-0 in the region before the bye week, if you don't show up to do that broadcast with that hair slicked back and the khaki chinos, I am revoking that nickname from you.
All right, and maybe people in the new time slot don't know this, I am an expert in khakis. What is khaki chinos?
Chinos are like the
sounds fancy. I'm just saying.
Not really.
Sounds expensive.
Chinos are
sounds preppy.
No, chinos are lighter weight. Like, you get khakis that are like,
so if it's good for
like
movement.
Down khakis.
It's good for movement if you're up and down the sidelines,
right,
and you're doing your thing,
right,
and this way, so it has style and functionality.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Correct.
Now I know what it is.
Chinos are like more comfortable dress pants, right? Like if you got to dress up, but let's say you're going to be, I don't know, a coach that's also a sideline reporter that's going to try to run up and down the field and keep up with Trey Segura on a touchdown run for the Burns Rebels.
That can't happen, can it?
Look, Sam's easily the most athletic sideline reporter I've ever worked with.
Yeah, I heard he runs a mean 40.
He's got a decent 40 time to him. He's not keeping up with Trey Segura. He's just not. All right. And that's not a knock on him. Most of the guys Trey Segura's playing can't keep up with Trey Segura. So,
by the way, Burns Rebels play right here on the Fan Upstate every Friday night, including this Friday.
including this Friday when they host Dorman in a regional showdown, a Dorman team that got the better of the Rebs last year.
Is this home or away?
This is home. We are back
Okay,
at Nixon
all right.
Field. Then next week on the bye, so I get a Friday night off. Not a Friday night off because while I know some of you don't care, it is important. Next Friday, I am off all day. I'll be off in the morning show because Rob's going to get a colonoscopy done.
Should I dig up the music that I told you I used for someone else?
So, gentlemen, get your colonoscopies done. All right. It is wildly important.
Dig up music. Did you get it?
Yeah, no, I was ignoring it.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just,
So I will be out next Friday getting that medical procedure done, and then the
Wait,
Rebels
wait,
are on the
wait.
off week.
wait. Who's filling in for you while don't tell me.
Is that the phrase you want to use for this?
Don't.
Cole Bryson will be in the building next Friday morning.
not that
The legendary
guy. Not
Cole
that guy.
Will be
I
in
got
the building next
4
Friday.
hours of Cole.
Sure do.
Wow.
And you get early morning Cole Bryson.
Ooh,
I know. It's
Yeah.
going to be great.
I've seen that before. Saturday morning scramble every Saturday from 8 to 10. Check it out.
Yes, indeed. And also make sure, again, Friday night, Burns hosting Dorman. Pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30. Rob Brown, the voice of the Rebels. Sam Clark, the chinoed sideline reporter. And Lane Fowler, the most handsome color guy in the business. All three of us bringing you all the action from half an hour out before the game till half an hour after it. You're welcome. Yes, indeed. So, Sam Clark and Lane Fowler, the Barry Melrose of high school football.
Good morning.
I expect you to bring it on Friday night now. Texture said, I'm Aaron. You just read my text on air. Carter Bryant got me hooked on you since him and my wife are cousins. Oh, well, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it, man. Great to have you. And Aaron's daughter, who apparently likes me more than him. I get it. Thanks for listening, Aaron. Appreciate that, man. That's awesome of you. And welcome to the show. Welcome to the Armada. All right, let's get some more sports talk stories in here. Remember, coming up in right at half an hour, Tyson Jeffers is the new general manager of the new Spartanburg baseball team, the $425 million project. We told you about it during the Sports Flash.
It's not going to stay the Spartanburg baseball team. They're going to have a name.
For the record, I think it'd be super dope if it did. All right. I thought the Washington football team was a great name. I think they should have kept it. I think they should go back to it. I think they would always catch a "the" on the front. I think the Spartanburg baseball team would be great. All right. But we'll find out. We got Tyson Jeffers coming up. I do not think that he is going to reveal the name to us. We're going to ask anyway, just in case.
Investigative journalism.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
We're obligated to ask the question. We're obligated to ask, so we're going to ask.
I thought the hot dog question was the obligated question.
That one too.
Okay. All right.
He's catching both.
Okay. All right.
He's catching both, man. He has to. All right. A couple more things I wanted to get into on the radio broadcast today. I want to talk, we talked a lot of Panthers yesterday, and I feel like we got to go back to the well on that. But before I get there is one other NFL story that I want to get to. This is not about the comments of Jerry Jones. Cowboys get smoked by the 49ers this past weekend. Cowboys fans were just convinced, like, oh, it's our time. We're back, baby. The boys are back. Them boys is back. Have fun with this when Cole sits in next Friday. Okay? Jerry Jones was on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. That's the number one sports talk radio show in Dallas, Texas. And they asked him, does something need to change about dem boys? And if so, what? And JJ said, one of the first things I ask myself in any situation is, can we do some things different than we did against the 49ers? The answer is yes, we can. We certainly can make adjustments and will make those adjustments, end quote. And then he got pushed a little bit by the hosts of the show. They said, hey, what about a quarterback change? What about a change at offensive coordinator? What about a change at head coach? And JJ said, quote, we should recognize that we had a very bad outing and that San Francisco had a very good outing. We should recognize that and call it what it is and not mislead ourselves. But as far as sitting here saying we should completely change the towels here, that's not even in the cards, and it's really ridiculous, end quote. I have two things. The first is this pretty much solidifies a theory I've had for a very long time in the world of sports. That there are some teams, though they are kept, I think, mostly to a minimum, there are some teams that are held back not by coaches, not by players, but by ego, predominantly the ego of the owner. I call it the Al Davis effect. When Al Davis was alive and running the program of the Oakland Football Raiders, Al Davis made ridiculous decision after ridiculous decision on behalf of that team. Now, a long time ago, back when Al was a spry young man, he ran a pretty decent football program. But the older Al got, the more out of touch Al got, the less good he ran the program. It got down to the end of Al Davis's tenure as the owner of the Oakland Raiders. And Al Davis became known for one thing and one thing alone. Al Davis was going to get every fast wide receiver in the league, right? Remember they drafted Darius Hayward-Bay that time? And they drafted Darius, and everybody was like, yo, this kid has got wheels, but he can't catch, right? He's quick, but he can't catch. That's a major problem. And they brought Darius Hayward-Bay to Oakland, and Darius Hayward-Bay was like, okay. He was okay. Rookie year, 11 games, 9 catches, 124 yards. In 2010, 26 catches, 366 yards, 1 touchdown. He was never that guy, and he got released, 3 seasons later by the Raiders? And they just kept going back to that same well. And the reason why the Raiders are where the Raiders are today is because Al Davis kept going back to the same play sheet. Because I'm right and you're wrong, and that's just how it's going to be. And then he died. And I said for years, the Al Davis effect is when a team enters a spot where the owner is so invested in his own ego that he would rather be right than good. He will keep going back to the well with the same decision over and over and over before he admits, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the problem. Jerry Jones has, as far as I'm concerned, officially entered the Al Davis zone. Jerry Jones is going to be right. And he's not going to move on until he is right. He has got to be right about Dak Prescott. Y'all, I'm sorry. Dak's not the dude. Now, this isn't a segment where I want to break down the X's and O's of the Dallas Cowboys because the overwhelming majority of you don't care. I want to point out, if you're a fan, you need to keep an eye on your ownership and you need to track their decision making. Because at some point, after a very long time, and yes, with age, because this happens to old owners, your owner's going to start to enter Al Davis territory. And when they do, their being correct becomes more important than their team being good. Just keep an eye out. Mark Davis is just doing Al Davis, but a bad impersonation of him. How the Raiders looking right now?
His hair is awesome, though.
Oh, God.
Who doesn't want to have hair like that?
Everyone that's normal. Ugh. Good luck, Cowboys.
Mo Howard loves that hair.
JJ needs to be right, and he's willing to tank your team to prove that he is. Have fun, Dallas. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Do you know who Mo Howard is? It's okay.
The name
It's all right.
is it the Three Stooges?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you did.
It's always just been Mo. I've
Yeah,
never heard Mo Howard.
It has, but
I was like, haircut, Mo, haircut. It's got to be the Mo from the Three Stooges, right?
Yeah, but by putting the last, he's not a mononym. Not really. Well, I guess I guess he is.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So was Curly, and so was
Larry, Curly, and Mo.
Yeah, you're right. They're all mononyms.
Yeah.
But you don't really speak of each of them individually. If you do, you speak of Curly usually, the star of the show.
I don't know. I think Mo is probably the most well known, right?
No, Curly is. It's a very old topic, though, because I'm guessing that, a lot of young people don't know who the Three Stooges are. What would you, Rob Brown, share with a younger generation that you believe from your generation that they need to know about?
What? Say that again?
All right. So, Three Stooges. From that generation, it was so good, but it was passed down. So kids were, you got to watch this, you got to watch this, or you got to hear this, you got to see this.
So what from my day?
It could be a fad. It could be anything.
What from my day is like the Three Stooges of my era? Is that what you're saying?
Or anything. I mean, pop culture wise, that you think, or a movie or a song.
MTV. And if you need me to be more specific, Total Request Live.
Yeah, I caught that too, Marcus. That was, yeah. But MTV is more my generation than it is your generation.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because it came out in the 80s.
Late 80s.
Yeah.
It hit its peak in the 90s.
Right, when I was a teen to young 20s.
I consider the 90s. If that's the definition we're going on, I became a teen in 95.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I became a teen in 98. Technically speaking, I was 13 in 98. God, I'm old. Oh.
Ancient.
Seriously, dude.
I'm Methuselah over
I
here.
have accomplished nothing in my life.
You've accomplished great things. Do you sit back and go, okay, what have I done? Because I do that, and I think I've done quite a bit. I guess it depends on what your expectations were, or still are, maybe.
The Rob Brown Show carries on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back. I am Rob Brown.
Look, pee-pee poo-poo's back.
Yes, indeed. He is the great one, Lonzo. Texter said in our Whatever Wednesday text that ended the last segment. I know Rob and Lonzo probably weren't here then, but do any listeners remember the cold beer guy at the Greenville Braves? His voice was legendary.
So I've been here 26 and a half years, but I never went to a Greenville Braves game. So I saw the end of it. I'm from a distance. I've been by the stadium, but I never went in because I'm not a baseball guy. So sorry. I was here, but just didn't go there.
I obviously did not live here for the Greenville Braves. The fiance did, and she told the story. Actually, I think like the year I moved here. As a matter of fact, I know exactly what during the COVID year, when we were doing sports talk radio without sports. We had the last dance
when we were doing award-winning
sports talk radio without
that's
sports.
when we won our first award.
Yes,
and was like, if we can do it without sports, what are we going to do when we have sports? Yeah.
We had the last dance and then whatever we could come up with to talk about. And that's back when Rob was a big marble racing guy. For the record, still am. But everybody got to talking about Michael Jordan and Offsides with Mark Ryan. Mark was talking about when Jordan played for the Barons and at the time we were kind of getting to know each other, but the now fiance, called into the show and told the story of the time that Michael Jordan came here to play the Greenville Braves. I got to tell you, I have been looking for Greenville Braves gear ever since. Can't find it anywhere. I know some of y'all got it. And if you do, hang on to that, treasure that, because that's phenomenal history. I have been looking for Greenville Braves gear, and I can't find it. And I get it, right? Because it was a different organization, different ownership, different Major League Baseball connection. They're not going to go back and sell Braves gear as a Red Sox affiliate. But, man, would I kill for a Greenville Braves jersey.
Oh, you wouldn't kill. That's figurative.
Metaphorically kill.
Yeah, he would never do such a thing.
No, I've never even been in a fight. Obviously, I'm not. Let's talk Panthers real quick before we take a break. Texter just said, what has happened? This used to be a good morning show. It still is.
And now it's a great one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you just want good, you want mid, go back to the guy who quit. I mean, you can find him somewhere. So
let me talk Panthers here for just 1 minute. We, ladies and gentlemen, and of course we, being the Carolina Panthers, are at a bit of a crossroads right now. Because you've got the franchise that's going, it's not a rebuilding year. Yes, it is. It's 0-4. Whether it was or it wasn't, it is now.
Nope.
Yup. So, there are certain progressions, benchmarks that every team hits during a rebuild. And one of them that hits more often than it doesn't is dissent amongst the ranks.
Oh, no.
I know. And when that happens, it becomes a critical part of the timeline. Because if it is handled well, it can be a very solid bonding opportunity for your football team. If it is not handled well, that negativity can grow within the program. If you handle the dissent well, your team can come out of it realizing we have leadership, we have direction. If it is not handled well, you get Terrell Owens. That's my quarterback, man. So it's a very important step in the process as far as handling it. Well, I don't know if this counts as dissent amongst the troops or not. I'll let Lonzo be the judge of that. Terrace Marshall Jr. was expected to be a major part of the offense this year. We thought he was going to be the primary red zone threat.
Last year, and ever since he's got there, okay.
Expected to be. I thought he would be. Rashad Beard, who will join us tomorrow, thought he would be. We all thought he was going to be a critical part of the offense, if only down in the red zone. Well, TMJ didn't play on Sunday against the Detroit Lions. And this was a game that, according to some of y'all, had garbage time at the end. What better time to get guys more snaps than garbage time? TMJ did not play. And after the game was over, TMJ was talking to the Charlotte Observer Monday afternoon. And of course, as a reporter does, intrepid as they are, they said, hey, TMJ, why you got no PT, my guy? And he said, I have no clue why I didn't play. It was surprising. I didn't expect to sit out the whole game. It just happened. And he was very clearly, while I don't think, Zoe, that the words are necessarily filled with fire and brimstone, the body language of the emotional register was that of either uncertainty or disappointment from TMJ. The 6'2", 200-pounder, at least according to what I saw, and again, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but he did not look super duper thrilled about the fact that he got no PT, especially in a game where there should have been plenty of opportunities and plenty of chances for him to check in and get some route work down. Frank Reich responded because he obviously got asked about that, again, as he should have. He got asked why TMJ did not play. Why wasn't he in there? John Mingo played 61 snaps in that game. Reich told reporters, quote, he should have played. He should have played some. So I wish he had gotten in there some. That was my fault. I did not do a good job of telling our coaches, hey, this is what I would like to see, and just defaulted to what we were doing before he got hurt. That's normal. Mingo's back, so let's get back to where we're going. But I thought Terrace had done enough for me to say, hey, let's not just go back to how we were doing this before. He should get some playing time. I got to tell you, I don't love this.
This is the story of Frank Reich's Panther career so far. Apologizing. Yeah, I should have done that. I should have. It's not the first time he's had to apologize for something and for not knowing or not doing. And that's a problem. It really is. I mean, it could be the leader taking it on himself because he, to deflect the blame from anybody. But ultimately, it's his call, isn't it?
If he is doing this,
isn't he the offensive guy?
He's the play caller.
Yeah.
Right? You're the play caller.
I think, unless you really are just looking at X's and O's and you don't know who's the guy out there.
Well, keep in mind, this is the exact same game. The exact same coach who a week before took a lot of heat because he called a play that had one pass-catching wide receiver, Adam Thielen, who was not in the game, and then had to call a timeout to rectify that play call, which tells me not only do you have a bad playbook, because I'm going to be straight up. I'm not an NFL coach, never have been. Might in the future. We'll see. I know ball. But.
And you don't, by the way.
If you run a pass play that has a single wide receiver option, like throw it to that guy or don't throw it, that's a bad play. Even quick screens.
Wait. But what if your receiver is like the best in the game?
No.
I
don't care.
Jerry Rice in his prime.
I don't care if you have Jerry Rice.
He's the only guy out there. He's getting the ball, and he looks at you and says, I'm getting the ball, and then he does.
I don't care if you have Megatron or Jerry Rice or Larry Fitzgerald or Marcus Colston. I don't care who you have. You don't have a pass play that has one option. Even a screen has a backdoor route option, right? Even a screen does. So a coach who called a pass play that had one wide receiver, who, by the way, wasn't in the game, then had to call a timeout and waste the timeout in a game that those could have come in handy later on. Then the next week says, oh, yeah, that 6'2", 200-pound guy that we have, the red zone specialist, the guy that we brought in here specifically to be that guy. Yeah, I forgot about him. I forgot about him. 71
telling
pass
you, man,
plays.
Not making it through the season. Reich is not making it through the season with stuff like this and them not winning games.
71 snaps in this game, and you forgot about the guy who is on that roster. Now, there's one explanation here. I don't think it's a good one, but the one explanation is Frank Reich is looking at TMJ as a Matt Rule guy. But see, here's the problem. That mental attitude, that's what got Matt Rule in trouble. The OOU stuff, the one of us stuff. He developed such a toxicity around this one of us stuff that if you're not a Rule guy, then you're not one of our guys.
Yeah, trade that guy. I mean, if that's the truth, trade him. Get somebody else. I mean, get somebody that you want in there.
Dude, no. Yes, but no. What I'm going to say is...
You said if that were the case, and if it was the case...
That should not be the case.
It shouldn't. I mean,
people... got a 6'2", 220-pound beast who can jump through the... I'm not saying that TMJ is a top-flight wide receiver in the NFL. I'm saying he is a legitimate...
I think he's a little spotty.
Threat.
I think he's a little spotty. I mean, he drops balls and things like that, and we don't know how he practiced. We do not know how he practiced.
Then say that. Then say that, because I would rather you come out and go, hey, he had a crap week of practice. He dropped some balls. We're trying to work it. If you'd have said, we're trying to work him back in after the injury, I'd have been like, oh, that makes out. But what you said was, I forgot he was on the team, which means either, A, you're doing what Matt Rule did, and you've built this OOU inner circle, which is a real bad way to run a football team, or You really did forget that you had a wide receiver option as a red zone threat and just didn't trot him out there. Oh, by the way, a week after he had a touchdown pass against Minnesota.
Terrace needs to do that rec league, junior high school thing where you just go stand next to the coach all the time so the coach knows you're there in case he needs you. That's what he needs to do. Maybe he was over there sitting on the bench and no one saw him. I mean,
I don't care if he was in the hot dog stand grabbing a beer. If you have that cat a week after he had a game where he showed up as a threat in the red zone, I'm not saying that after a touchback on 1st and 10 from the 25 that you have to go TMJ, but you put the ball into scoring opportunities a few times in that game, and you just left that cat. You just left him on the bench because you forgot about him.
Wouldn't have mattered because Bryce wouldn't have hit him anyway because he couldn't see him.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you make that a thing right now?
Because
I got this genuine, legitimate.
Yeah, you were killing it.
You got to make a short joke.
You were killing it. I'm a bad person.
I have an issue with this, all right? I have an issue with Frank Wright coming out and going, yeah, the guy that's supposed to be our red zone threat, I forgot. If you want to say, I didn't want to play him, he didn't fit the scheme, he practiced poorly, we're worried about the injury, I'm good with all that. Any of those reasons that I've been like, okay, that checks out. Nope, you just went, my bad, I forgot. You know what I didn't forget? I didn't forget that Lonzo was about to hit you with a sports flash. And when we come back, we are going to be joined by Tyson Jeffers, the new GM of the soon-to-be-playing Spartanburg baseball program. That interview is after Lonzo wows you with his knowledge of the sports world on this TRBS Sports Flash.
Yeah, wowing. That's what I do. South Carolina wide receiver Juice Wells' road to recovery will be just a little bit longer. Head coach Shane Beamer said yesterday that Wells is not expected to be available this Saturday when the Gamecocks host the Florida Gators. Zion Williamson made his return to the New Orleans Pelicans, who fell to the Orlando Magic 122-105. New Orleans. I'll work on that. Williamson played 15 minutes and went 4 for 8 from the floor for 12 points and 5 rebounds and 5 assists. Spartanburg City Council has approved the first reading of the developmental agreement for $425 million project centered around a new 3,500-seat baseball stadium that will serve as home for the new minor league baseball team. The new GM of that yet-to-be-named team, Tyson Jeffers, will join the Rob Brown Show. That's the show coming up next. New Orleans. I got to channel Coach O. I can't do the Rusky thing. New Orleans. There, I said it. Narlands. Maybe that's what I need to do. Narlands. Glad Rob wasn't in here because I'd have been, justly chastised for not knowing how to say New Orleans. Maybe I should have said New Orleans. Good morning, America. How are you? I'm trained to call the city of New Orleans. See, so song lyrics. That's what I got to do. That's what Potsy did back in the day. Potsy, that's how he could remember stuff. I couldn't say New Orleans.
I know, I heard you.
Yeah, I could.
New Orleans, I'll work on it.
Yeah. It's New Orleans. I'm the train to call the city of New Orleans.
We're going to pop off real quick so I can give Alonzo a phone number. We will be right back, dude.
I'm just not reading that story again. So any other story that has New Orleans. I'm just going to go New Orleans. I'm going to go New Orleans because I know it bothers.
New Orleans says New Orleans.
All
That's how
the-
I know. Every movie drives me nuts when they have it. The only time you say New Orleans.
I found it.
The only time you say New Orleans is if it's in a song lyric and you need it to rhyme with something else that sounds like Orleans.
Now,
It's the only reason.
now that's how I'm going to have to say it because, I mean, I can say that.
Good morning.
It disappeared. That's what happened. It disappeared. I had it behind the executive order.
Good morning.
Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show starts right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and around the world on the Odyssey app, on the digital device of your choice. And of course, you can just tell your smart speaker, hey, Alexa/Siri/ whatever else you might use there, play the Fan Upstate, and you can listen to our programming around the clock. The Rob Brown Show from 6 to 10 a. Ryder Than You with Bill Ryder from 10 to noon. Jim Rome in the Jungle from noon to 3, and Offsides with Mark Ryan from 3 to 7 p.m. And one of the privileges that comes along with this particular career choice of ours is the ability to cover sports, not just nationally, not just regionally, but locally as well. And I am very excited because as a baseball guy, more baseball in the hood is a good thing. And starting up in the not too distant future, the city of Spartanburg, the hub city, Sparkle City, will be getting a new baseball program that I am very excited about. And now joining us here on the radio show to discuss the future Spartanburg baseball program, he is the new general manager of that program. He is Tyson Jeffers joining us on the show. Tyson, welcome in, buddy. Thanks for taking a few minutes. Glad to have you, pal.
Of course. Good morning, Rob. How are you?
I'm doing exceptionally well, man. How are you?
Fantastic. Yeah, great. I'm excited to be here in Spartanburg.
I was going to say, now you are in the Berg right now. Is that correct?
I am. Yeah. So right now I'm a little bit back and forth between New York and here, but I'm looking to get my feet planted here in Spartanburg here in a couple weeks and be here hopefully for a long time.
Is this your first time in the Berg? Like, have you scoped out the area before? Are you kind of just getting the track down?
I've been 2 to 3 times. So I came a couple months ago when I was being discussed as a potential candidate for the job to see the area. And then we had the fortune of playing the Greenville Drive, the team that I currently work for, the Hudson Valley Renegades. We played the Greenville Drive in the championship series of the South Atlantic League. We unfortunately lost, but for the city of Greenville, they have a champion to cheer on. So congratulations to them. But I had the opportunity to both see Greenville and Spartanburg on that trip. So it's been a lot of fun going back and forth over the last couple months. Yeah.
Just give me your thoughts. What are your initial thoughts on the area?
I love it. I think Spartanburg already has an amazing trajectory right now, and it seems like there's a lot happening. I was walking around downtown last night, and I was a little surprised. I was like, wow, there's actually people out and about, like at the restaurants and doing different things downtown. So it's good to see, especially when a lot of the narrative is downtowns are dying. And it seems like this downtown in this area, especially with this project that we're about to embark on, is really going to revitalize and keep that momentum pushing upwards to make the downtown kind of the hot spot in the heart of Spartanburg.
It's interesting to me. We're talking to Tyson Jeffers. He is the new GM of the Spartanburg baseball team that is coming in, I guess about a little over a year and a half at this point away. The new project, $425 million downtown renovation and upgrade project, including that 3,500 seat stadium. I could not agree with you more, Tyson. Like, I am a big fan of downtown areas, and I am also a big believer that one of the most important aspects of any city, growing or not, is its sports community. Like, I think it is one of those things that is a centerpiece, right? So for a city like Spartanburg to have a baseball team that kind of serves as a centerpiece, a reason to come downtown, it's not just an athletic competition, but a social event as well. It kind of provides a jolt to any downtown. How important is it to you, to Diamond Baseball Holdings? How important is it not just to put together a good baseball team, but one that really can be a catalyst for the growth of downtown Spartanburg?
Yeah, and I think you make an important point is we will play 66 home baseball games, but there's almost 300 other days out of the year to host other events like concerts and comedy shows and beer festivals and whatever. And our thought process and our vision for the utilization of the facility and the surrounding area is like there should be people there every single day of the year, and it be driving traffic to downtown, because that's what's going to keep kind of that life cycle going and make sure that we're not one of those downtowns that they talk about in 10 years that is dying out, right? So we want to be kind of that life and that spark, and part of that life and that spark is creating unbelievable events and creating unbelievable experiences and gaining the trust of the community that whatever we do at the ballpark, they want to be a part of and they want to support.
Tyson Jeffers is the GM of the soon-to-be-named Spartanburg baseball program. And Tyson, listen, I'm a sports analyst. I'm a talking head. I'm just a loud guy with a microphone, but I get to play the role of investigative journalist. Are you going to drop a hint on the name? Do we have a naming process? Is there any movement in that direction? Because I'll be real with you, it is the question I'm being asked more than anything else.
Yeah, and it's going to be something that I'm going to hold firm on and not allow any hints to. There's always it's a best kept secret. I don't want that to be the case here. I want when it's dropped, that's the first time anyone's thought about it, anyone's heard of it, because the whole part of that is let's create a conversation. Let's put Spartanburg on the map, not only around this area and regionally, but we want nationally for people to be like Spartanburg, and start thinking about Spartanburg and start thinking about South Carolina and start thinking about the upstate area.
So we couldn't say, is it a bird? Is it a land animal? Is it an inanimate object? We couldn't ask you that.
I would not give you any hints, or I'd try not to.
I respect that. Then let me ask you about the process. What's the process for picking the name? Is there, if you're willing to tell us, is there community involvement? Is this like a conversation going on with the city itself? Is there a process to this that we can get insight to?
Yeah, there's been a process that started before me even. I'm kind of picking it up and carrying it, but it has to do with a lot of the key stakeholders that are part of this project, both locally and at the ownership side, that from the local level, they have a great pulse on the market and the people and the community and have been guiding from that perspective. And then from an ownership perspective, we obviously want to have a brand that can carry on. It's not something that's going to be like we announce and it dies out. It obviously is going to have legs, and that's not a hint. So it's something that is going to carry on and people are going to be excited about for years. And it gives us a lot of avenues to continue to play with as we kind of embark not only on the inaugural season, but get into year 2 and 3, and we can continue to have fun with that brand.
Tyson Jeffers, the new GM of the baseball team, coming to Spartanburg. You just mentioned a moment ago, Tyson, that you are moving over from the Renegades to take over. You've obviously been in this game for a while. Can you tell folks in the Burg a little bit about who you are, your background, where you came from Hudson Valley here, and kind of how you arrived in this spot so the folks of the Burg can get to know the guy that's going to be running their new baseball team?
Sure. So I'm originally from Mississippi, so Southern boy at heart. I grew up in Mississippi. I attended Mississippi State before I left the South, and I moved to the chilly Minnesota, and I lived there for about 8 years. I worked for the St. Paul Saints, which is, if you saw the documentary on Mike Beck, there are a lot of pieces of his story that I had heard before, and I had also seen and been a part of, like Midway Stadium and the building of CHS Field, which is where the Saints play. They're the AAA affiliate of the Twins. And through that growth, I was given the opportunity to go and be a leader at the Hudson Valley Renegades, which is the single A affiliate of the Yankees in upstate New York. And I've been with the Renegades since March of 2020. I was actually making the drive to New York as COVID was taking storm and taking over the world. So that was a interesting transition, but had a lot of great opportunities of building staffs, expansion projects, building ballparks, working on naming rights. So there's a lot of experience that I've had in my, short career so far that lend some great experience for me to step into this role and help in the project of building a beautiful ballpark and finding the right partners that are going to be engaged with the community and make sure that the team that we're creating here is something really special.
Tyson Jeffers joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate of the team that is moving down, the Down East Wood Ducks in Kinston, North Carolina. They are currently a Rangers affiliate. Is that affiliation going to stay? Is this something that's up in the air? I know teams can kind of move affiliations back and forth over the years. How far are we in that conversation?
We will be a Rangers affiliate, so that's exciting, especially with the success that they're having this year. So we're definitely cheering them on. But yes, we will be a Rangers affiliate. We're working with the Rangers on all the compliance stuff with Major League Baseball and making sure we're providing them like the pieces of the ballpark that they will need and own and operate. We're making sure that we're delivering something really great for them too.
I love it. And obviously the question on everybody's mind right now, I know the target date is to be ready to play in the 2025 season. Is everything on pace for that to be the case right now?
It is. I'm confident in that. It seems that everyone that's working on this project is very confident. We're approaching, I guess, the ceremonial groundbreaking that will happen in about a month. So we'll start talking about that here pretty soon. But yeah, everything's about to get underway. And once it starts being built, it's going to be a fun process for people to watch the structure go from what it is like a dirt pit right now to a beautiful ballpark that they can walk into and enjoy a baseball game.
I am obviously very intrigued in getting that 2025 season started, as is, I think, the entire area of Spartanburg. As far as the development of not just the stadium, but really the whole, we talked about this in the beginning, the downtown area, that revitalization and upgrade around the baseball stadium. How involved has Diamond been? How involved is the team, the organization, the personnel, the staffing? How involved are you guys with the city of Spartanburg to make sure that this is done in a way that benefits not just the team itself, but the downtown area? Kind of what are those conversations like between the organization you're employed by and the city of Spartanburg?
Yeah, I think everyone obviously has their motives in their hands in this, and everyone so far has been working really in unison to make sure that this is successful. I think that's the core goal for everyone, because like this goes beyond those pockets of people, and it's really, this is being built for the community to make sure that, like I said, the longevity of this community and the trajectory that it already has continues. So everyone's aligned with that, and they've been moving it in the right direction. It's been a really fun process to see, because that doesn't always happen when you get government agencies and municipalities involved with private entities working together, but it seems that everyone's working hand in hand on this project. And that's why I feel so confident that things are going to keep moving forward. Things are going to be on time. We're going to be throwing the first pitch in April of 25.
Let's go. Tyson Jeffers is the GM of the Spartanburg baseball team, coming to town with a first pitch slated for 2025. All right, Tyson, a couple of questions, and then we'll let you go. And the first is, and this is one that we ask of everyone that we interview that is moving to the area. If you go into a restaurant, Tyson, and you ask for a hot dog, what do you expect to come on that hot dog?
Ketchup and mustard.
Thank you.
Anything else you have to ask for.
Thank you. See, it's not just me. See, when I moved here, Tyson, and I started talking hot dogs, and you're going to learn this in the Berg, just like I learned it in Greenville, I thought that a hot dog with chili, mustard, and onions was a chili dog with mustard and onions, but I have been told that in upstate South Carolina, that is the default hot dog. If you order a hot dog, chili, mustard, and onions are the default. So you're as surprised by that as I am.
I'm going to have to learn those things, because if someone walks up to the concession stand and asks for a hot dog, if that's what it's supposed to be, then I guess that's what we're going to have to do.
See that, and that's what I'm saying, because my thought is
No. Don't bow to that pressure. You know, a hot dog at a ballpark should be a plain dog that you put on what you want on.
Yeah,
Listen,
you figure it out. Yeah.
this is about Tyson's going to know this better than anybody. This is about meeting your demo halfway, right? This is about meeting your potential clients, investors, fans.
If they
whatever.
want chili, they should have to pay for it. It's a business. That's how that works.
Maybe it will say on the menu, it will say hot dog, and then it will say hot dog, and in parentheses or in quotations, the right way. And then the people the upstate people can come in and say, I want a hot dog the right way, and they'll get their chili and
Compromise. Tyson's already he knows the ropes. Compromise.
That's why he's in charge, man. It's just like that.
Yeah, indeed. I can't wait. Tyson Jeffers is the GM of the soon to be playing Spartanburg baseball team, and he's done a phenomenal job both at this interview and making sure that I walk out of here with even more mystery about the name of the club than I had coming in. Well done, Tyson Jeffers.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. It's been fun to talk to you.
We'll do it again soon. Thank you very much, man. Good luck with everything. We look forward to working with you guys in the future, man. Very excited about baseball back in the Berg after 30-plus years.
Thanks, Rob. Take care.
You got it. Tyson Jeffers, new GM of the program. Cannot wait.
Chili dog.
Hey, man, I'm telling you. You got to meet halfway. Tyson's trying to meet halfway. I respect that. I understand it. I will never do that. I will never give in.
If we were to open a restaurant, Rob and I together or separately,
you would be ordering chili dogs.
If you want chili, and you're going to pay extra for it, you're just going to, because that's a little bit more. Come on.
I would go like this. I would go chili dog. If you say chili dog, the chili dog's the same price as the hot dog.
Wow.
But if you fight
I'm charging you more because it's going to cost me more for material costs for the chili. So, especially if it's homemade chili, you're also talking about man hours. It's not as hard to make a hot dog as it is to make the chili.
A chili dog will be the same as a hot dog. But if you fight me over it being a chili dog, then I will charge you more for the chili dog. That's just how it's going to go. Thanks to Tyson Jeffers. Thanks to Lauren and everybody over at Diamond Baseball Holdings for making that happen. Phenomenal interview. Glad to get to know Tyson and looking forward to working with them and the team as we move closer to opening day coming up in 2025. Let's run to a break. When we come back here in just a few minutes, got a few more things that we need to get to on the radio broadcast. We are going to be busy. We got some more Panther talk. We got some South Carolina Gamecock talk. We got some Clemson Tiger talk. It's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate, y'all. Brandon, down. All right, I'm going to go grab a granola bar, kids. I'll be right back. So, Alonso.
direct one. You gotta work on it. You gotta work. Just gotta show you Wednesday and Thursday a little before you be able to come out here and do it on Sunday.
Will you throw this in queue real quick?
Next up,
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
First, it was hard to tell what it was.
NHL season is upon us, so let's look at some Stanley Cup futures, shall we? Carolina Hurricanes and the Colorado Avalanche are leaders in the clubhouse at plus 900, while the defending champs Las Vegas sit at 12-1. Vegas team is no joke. They're deep, they're talented, and they have stellar goaltending. Two teams, Tampa and Pittsburgh, have gone back-to-back in the last 7 years, so I love the value on the Golden Knights. I'm Tristan Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
At Granger, we're for the ones who
Down.
and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted South Carolina's #1 haunted house and one of America's top stream parks. Located in Piedmont off I-85, exit 35. Buy your tickets now at madworldattractions.com.
Attention all football fans. Are you ready to experience MVP treatment in banking? Look no further than Founders Federal Credit Union, where personalized service is the winning play. Don't settle for being just another number. Join Founders and receive the personalized attention you deserve, along with great rates, loans for any reason, and a dynamic online experience.
At sunrise, I fight to stay asleep, 'cause I don't want to leave the comfort of this place. I'm just going to be singing Creed all day. It just is what it is. Sorry, not sorry, dudes.
They will have to listen to it as long as I will.
I'm South Carolina head football coach Shane Beaver. My friends at the South Carolina Forestry Commission want your help in cancer.
For like a half a second, I was like, no, it's not.
Which are about 90% of all wildfires. Careless
Not the best audio, for sure.
lack campfire safety and improper vehicle and equipment use are the leading causes of wildfires in South Carolina. Please think before you burn out indoors. Let's cancel wildfires, South Carolina.
Sponsored by the South Carolina Forestry Commission, the South Carolina Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Hey everyone, this is Richard Deitch, and I host the sports media, the Richard Deitch Podcast. What can you expect in this podcast? Well, each week I'll have interviews and in-depth conversations with the people who bring you the sports you love, as well as roundtables with sports media reporters about television, digital, audio, radio, print, and other forms of media. If you are interested in sports broadcasting and how you watch, listen, and read about the games you love, listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Today, mostly sunny and pleasant with a high of 76. Weather brought to you by
It's all about manipulation, Keegan. And the stupid thing coming out at 9 o'clock. Might as well be watching regular TV. Put it out at midnight so I can watch it when I get home and don't have to wait till 9 o'clock, which is now near my bedtime and probably should be my bedtime.
This is Cole Bryson. Are you ready for the ultimate adrenaline-packed high school football experience?
Are you ready? Yeah.
For the Saturday morning scramble, you get the latest scores, insight, and exclusive interviews with star athletes and coaches. Plus, I'll be broadcasting live from your local Ingles market all season. The Saturday morning scramble only on the Fan Upstate 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and on your phone on the Odyssey app. Powered by Founders Federal Credit Union.
Incredible.
You
Play that again.
No.
Can you play that drop again?
No, because
move it into the cart thing.
Yeah, but I'll have to. It's in a rotator, and I'd have to. All right, I'll find it.
No, don't worry about it. My ego's probably needs to be in check
Well,
right
it
now.
has nothing to do with your ego. It has to do with the boss trolling me. Your guys' boss don't troll you the way mine does me.
Listen, I love that they put in a drop there that says a bunch of good stuff about me, and Lonzo's like, no, they're just hating on me right now. Okay, maybe I am that good. Or maybe the boss was like, I'll show Lonzo. I'll show him the audacity of producing a 2-time award-winning sports talk radio program.
All right, I have it. You just want me to play. I mean, I'm even going to put it in utility. So
the stream can hear this too.
Yeah, just so they can see what stands out to you when I play this.
Your guide to the gridiron, the maestro of the matchups and the keeper of all things cool in the sports world. This is the Rob Brown Show. Oh, yeah. Lonzo's here, too. This is the Fan Upstate.
The maestro of the matchups and the keeper of all things
I want to point out something. You were not. It didn't say you specifically. It said the show. And last I checked, the show is us. So technically.
Yeah, but then he said, and also Lonzo's here too.
No.
The first thing was about me, and then also Lonzo's here.
No. I get credit and a half for that. They only talked about you like you get like a half a credit.
And a half.
Like that.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm going. See this again. My boss trolls me. Just like
it's pretty funny.
Just like
it's pretty funny. I'm
just
not gonna
like
lie.
Gunther. I can't stand him. I'd like to slap him or whatever it is he said for me on my liner on the Pulse. It's just constantly trolled, man.
The maestro of the matchups, the keeper of all things cool in sports.
All right, so
I love it.
Rob is a narcissist because did you hear that? That's all about me. That's all about.
That's a great liner.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. It's
liner. Should I not be happy about it?
Well, you should be. I thought we were friends, and I thought maybe you stand up for me and go, yeah, that was kind of mean. I mean, but you wouldn't know because you're not a with and an and.
With Lonzo. Speaking of the keeper of all things cool.
At least my box is big on the screen, so at least I have that.
Speaking of all things cool, you know what? This came from last night. Rangers-Orioles elimination game. Enjoy. Alone I am, fight to stay asleep, because I don't want... Y'all, I do not like the state of Texas, all right? That's not true. I love the state of Texas. I don't like Texans. I don't like Texans. You know why I don't like Texans? Because Texans think they're the most important people in the world. I don't like people who think they're the most important people in the world except me.
Wait, you just pointed out how great that liner was. And how it was all about you. Then you're going to dog Texans.
I don't like Texans because they think they're the best at everything.
Wow.
You can't be the best at everything. You can be the best at some things. You can be the best at other things. Can't be the best at everything. And Texans they think they have the best food. They don't. I've been there. They think they have the best music. They don't, except for George Strait, who is the best. But outside of that, they don't have the best anything. George Strait. More number ones than anybody you listen to at all. All right?
That's
George freaking Strait. That's who.
That, by the way, is ridiculous because
it's
not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not true. It's not true.
Either way,
does he have more number one hits than the Beatles? Does he have more number one hits than Taylor Swift? Does he have more number one hits than Michael Jackson? All right, I don't really listen to Taylor Swift, but I threw that in there just for him.
I wasn't going to do it today.
Well, I mean, you got it fixed and you're all excited about it. And you just played Creed. Now you played Taylor Swift. Probably, who knows, some Carly Simon later, maybe. I don't know. It's the first thing that popped in my head.
That's a weird one to be the first thing that pops into your head.
No, I'm working on more spy songs.
George Strait has had 60 number one hits.
No one does it better.
60. That's what Texas has given us.
Wait, but
Strait.
those were country hits. It's easy though.
Still number ones.
Country,
Everybody's got their own genre.
Country's easy. Anyone
Number
can
one.
do that.
So anyway, that's why I don't like Texas. All right, because they just think they're the best at everything, and they're not. And the only state that's like, we're our own country. We got our own country down here. We just. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're a state. You're a state. You're the same as every other state. You're just a state. You're a nice state. You're a big state, but you're just a state.
I don't know if I've ever met an actual Texan. If I have, I apologize.
I haven't.
But
used
I'm
to work
getting
with
older.
a bunch.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, is that an accurate depiction of a Texas accent?
He's Texas.
All right, you got me.
Texas.
You got me there. I didn't think about that.
So I hate that I'm kind of pulling for the Rangers against everybody except Atlanta. All right. I hope Atlanta beats Texas in the World Series.
Is this
but I'm
the
kind of
Florida
pulling for them
you?
against everybody.
Is this because of Florida? Is it?
It's because of Creed, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. And they're from
just because of
Florida.
Creed.
And my understanding is Creed is still really big around here. By the way, I have all their albums. So I'm not gonna an actual CDs. I went out and purchased them because I also enjoy the Creed. But I mean,
I love Creed.
Yeah, but why?
And I'm tired of pretending like I don't. So I'm glad that there is a team that has not only recognized the greatness, but they have embraced it. Every team's got a quirky thing.
Did Scott Stapp agree to this, or I mean, because I thought he was for the other baseball team.
He's performed at like Cowboys games before too.
Oh, okay,
Which
all
kind
right.
of takes it down a notch.
So he disappeared into Texas. That's where he went.
I guess.
Okay.
All I know is last night in front of a sold out Arlington Stadium, the entire fan base of the Texas Rangers.
You're loving that. You got me, aren't you?
Ask the question, can you take me higher?
I hope we get flagged and Diesel sends you a disparaging email.
To a place with golden streets. Incredible. I cannot describe to you how big of a fan I am now. All right? Just because of that. Not just that the team embraced it, but now the Texas Rangers fan base, a stadium full of people, finally gave Creed the respect they deserve. I hope they beat Houston. It's a 7-game series,
Creed
and I hope they beat them 23-0.
Was Creed ever disrespected?
Yes.
I mean, like in a Hootie and the Blowfish kind of way, disrespected?
Creed for years was mocked relentlessly. I know because I never gave up on him.
All right, you're the only one I've ever heard mock them, but I
Then
mean,
you need to get out more.
yeah, that's been said before.
Creed for years. You know what Creed was? Creed was Nickelback before Nickelback's Nickelback. Nickelback replaced Creed in the bandits cool for everybody to poop on department. Now it's Nickelback. It used to be Creed.
I guess that just doesn't. I've never ascribed to these people say this is cool or this isn't cool, so I have to too. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't.
And good for you. It doesn't stop everybody else from making fun of them. It doesn't stop the fact that for a number of years, I had to hide my affinity for Creed because if you admitted
You
that
just brought
like
up Nickelback
Creed,
because I mentioned Diesel. That's all.
No, because Diesel and I are in the same boat on
No,
Nickelback.
I know. I agree with that. I agree.
They don't deserve the hate they got. Are they sellouts? Yes. Are they nothing but a pop band but guitars?
You're right.
Yes.
No,
Do they
no
write
band on the
records?
radio said, no, I don't want that money. Sorry, I don't want the
write-
money. I just do this for the art.
And record the same song over and 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 over again. Yes, they do, but at the end of the day,
That is not true. That is not
yes,
true.
It is.
No,
At the end of the day,
it's not true.
Nickelback found a formula. The formula made them rich as hell. Old boy got to marry Avril Lavigne, somebody that everybody my age had.
Oh,
a
I
crush
thought you were
on.
saying Creed did the same thing.
No.
Song over.
No, Nickelback. The reason it's cool to hate on Nickelback is because they just remade the same song 50 times. Same chord, same progression, same everything except the words. But they found a formula. It got people to love them. for long enough for them to get rich. Old Chad Kroger got to spend a decade married to Avril Lavigne, you lucky SOB. He did just fine. I'm not going to hate on Nickelback.
Keegan's throwing out song titles. I don't know if I've heard that song, but he says it's not what you.
He also said Creed got the Nickelback treatment before Nickelback. Correct.
Okay. All right.
Correct. They did.
And Hootie got it before that. And then Disco got it before that.
I'm just glad somebody has finally given Creed the respect they deserve. And having a stadium full of people screaming out their songs.
See,
they're bangers.
This may fly somewhere else. This is Creed country. The upstate of South Carolina is Creed country. So they're like me going, okay, when has Creed been disrespected? Everyone here loves Creed.
No, they don't.
Go down,
that was true.
Go down to the dark side and have a discussion.
Now, today they do, because now they go, oh, Rob's been right the whole time.
Oh, is that
Creed's
what
awesome.
it is? After that liner, man, he'll never be the same.
As somebody who listened to Creed publicly a lot for a long time, yes, they used to be hated on relentlessly. You'd literally have people in the chat telling you I'm right.
Yeah, because that's really important, and those are the
damn. Keegan just disrespected by Lonzo like that. Wow, Lonzo taking out our own listeners right now. Friendly fire.
I don't understand what you're saying. I did whatever it was. It's not true.
All right, last thing, and then we'll take a break.
No, Keegan, it will not be.
There is a video that is making its way around the internet right now that I absolutely love. The Southern Cal Trojans are set to take on the Oregon Ducks this Saturday, Notre Dame this Saturday, and it is supposed to be rainy, wet, nasty, windy. So to get ready for this game, Southern Cal's, USC, I got to stop that. Southern Cal's punt returners were taking their special teams practice yesterday, and to get ready for the rain, their special teams coach, you know those exterminator things that you have the long spray hose thing? And you got the tank you carry around.
He's by the way, you can see it on the stream. He's pumping it up, getting the air in it, so it'll actually spray out.
The long hose with a handle.
Yeah.
The special teams coach is, as they kick the ball to the punt returners, running up in front of them and just dousing them with the spray rod while they try to catch punts. That's not the best part.
I was going to say, that's awesome right there.
The best part is the punt returners keep dropping the ball.
That's not good. That's not good. Maybe they're just laughing so much because it's the coach doing it.
It's hysterical, man. It's amazing. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
That's why I didn't make eye contact, Keegan.
Carolina coming off last week's 42-24 loss at Detroit. On the college football schedule this week, number 12, North Carolina puts their 5-0 record on the line home against 4-1 Miami. The Hurricanes are number 25. 4-1 Duke, number 17 in the AP Top 25. They're home against 4-2 NC State. 3-2 Wake Forest visits 2-4 Virginia Tech. 4-1 Furman visits 3-3 Sanford. 0-6 Citadel hosts 2-3 VMI. 4-2 Chattanooga on the road at 4-2 Mercer. The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football play-by-play all season long. Catch every game right here live. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
If you are dealing with joint pain, well, the future of joint pain relief is here. It is QC Connect.
Thank you, Tracy.
Advanced regenerative medicine. This is amazing stuff. Hey, it's Rob Brown. Listen, if you've been told more steroids or surgery are your only options, don't act so fast. Get a second opinion and learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. I am talking lasting relief. QC Kinetics doesn't mask the pain. These treatments go to the very root of the problem using concentrated healing properties placed directly in your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue. So imagine living your life this fall with no more pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, your back, with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Life is about motion, and QC Kinetics is giving people their lives back with these all-natural treatments. So call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for your free consultation today at 864-448-3772 in Greenville.
Be right back.
864-448-3772.
There's this thing like before the weatherman and stuff where you like look outside and go, look, it looks like it might rain. It doesn't look like it might not, but it.
Somebody got me years ago. They got me a gift that was very true when I opened it. It was a weather rock. And I'm like, how the hell does a rock forecast? It was a rock that hung on a string and it had a sign. And if it was like, the rock is moving, it's windy. The rock is wet, it's rainy. The rock, if you can't see the rock, run.
So where does one pick up such a rock?
I think you just tie a rock to a string.
Oh, okay. All right. I think I painted a pet rock in like first or second grade. I don't know why I remember it, but it was an elephant.
For details.
As a roofer, I've got a million things to do, and that's a million things that need to be done right. That's why I partner with Beacon. The team at Beacon makes sure my materials are delivered accurately and on time. And the Beacon Pro Plus app makes ordering the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, easier than ever. I rely on Beacon.
So if we get a message saying stop over after the show, we know that there was overuse of Creed today.
You can't overuse Creed.
Yeah. In the quiet places, if already happened today, will happen later on today. I will hear "What if" the entire day.
What if?
I think I may text you every time.
What if
you won't look at it, but I think I will text you every time. Maybe I'll call you and just say it's emergency. I wouldn't do that because someday I might actually have one.
If I got to come defend Creed, it is an emergency. The Rob Brown Show rolls on, wrapping up hour number 3 of the broadcast. Be a part of the show, 844-326-3663. Text. Yeah, no, we heard it the first time. Text us on the madworldattractions.com text line 71307, 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air.
P. did just besmirched Creed. I want you to know that.
I know. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
there are people out there who are publicly
besmirching the great name and the great band and the great front man of Creed.
Texter said, Rob, you lived in the wrong area. I have lived here my whole life, and Creed was huge here. I remember going to their sold-out concert. Dude, I told you. I went to high school with a member of Creed.
I mean, yeah.
I was not in the wrong area. I literally, not only did I go to the same school, but when Creed was at their biggest, I saw their shows in Tallahassee before they got big.
I want you to know that I was there before they got big.
No. I'm not hipstering Creed here.
You sure are.
No, I'm not.
I didn't even know that was a thing until now, but that's what you're doing.
He said, Rob, you lived in the wrong area. I lived in the same damn towns that they're from.
Don't you know people don't appreciate what they've got till it's gone?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a new candidate for the OK Boomer Coach of the Year Award.
Whatever.
Tom Izzo is the guy. It is Whatever Wednesday. So whenever I end this segment, first text in, next text to start the next thing. Thanks for reminding me of that thing that I'm supposed to be doing.
That's what I do.
Tom Izzo has decided to go full OK Boomer. And he is the most recent coach that has decided to lash out against the portal. Now that, fine, whatever. I get it. You're against the portal. I understand that. But my dude did in the most boomerist way possible. Okay? He said, when asked after a short speech, lecture, I dare say, about the portal, he said, wait a minute, Coach Izzo, coaches are free to come and go as they please. Why do you have a problem with the players doing it? And then Tom said, and I quote, yeah, I have flexibility. I can leave. I have millions of dollars of a buyout if I leave. I've paid 40 years of dues to leave. Most coaches have put in their time. Most coaches will be doing that at 35 and 40 and 50, not at 20 when one guy tells you to leave because you're unhappy. You know what? What's wrong with being unhappy? I'm unhappy most of my life Unhappy drives you. Unhappy pushes you. Unhappy makes people realize, you know what? I'm not good enough. I've got to get better. End quote.
Wow.
What a freaking line from Tom Izzo.
I'm unhappy most of my life. Dude, I mean, find something that makes you smile.
Yes.
Maybe change professions if you're always so unhappy.
Listen,
so he's saying money can't buy you happiness. That's what he's saying.
Which is dumb because it can. Okay?
All right.
It can.
I'll take your word for it, 1%er.
Money can buy. If it can't buy you happiness, it can at least buy you things that make you happy.
Absolutely.
Okay? So this is the most ridiculous damn thing. You know what? What's wrong with being unhappy? I'm unhappy most of my life, says Tom Izzo. In a point in time where he's trying to say players shouldn't be allowed to leave because they're unhappy. Tom, I know that I am very fortunate in my life. I know that I'm very fortunate in my life because I was able to successfully get into and maintain a career in a career field that I love. I love doing this. How much do I love doing this? My alarm goes off at 3:45 in the morning, and I have alarm.
That's exactly what it sounds like, too.
Alarm. It might as well. I might make that my alarm. My alarm.
I can send you the file if you need it.
Tom, I'm very fortunate to have a job that I love, that I wake up at 3:45 in the morning, and I'm okay with that. I'm actually pretty excited. I get to come in here and host a Drive Time morning radio show. That is something that a lot of people work their whole careers for and never accomplish.
First time ever on this station, by the way, local.
It's something I'm very happy with, right? I do understand that a lot of people, I might even risk saying the majority of people don't get to work a job that they truly love.
You don't speak for me, Rob. I hate my job. So there. That's not me, by the way. I love it here because a
lot of people,
23 and a half years.
A lot of people honestly feel that way. And I feel bad for those people, especially when you get to a point in your life where you've invested so much time in this career field that our career reset is maybe not impossible, but really, really difficult. But the phrase, I'm unhappy most of my life, and then following that up with the belief that because you are unhappy with most of your life, well, damn it, other people should be too.
There are people out there, that are unhappy with their life, and they want everybody to be just as miserable as they are.
100%. I have family members like that. I have worked with people like that. It's awful. It's an awful way to live your life. If you listen, I give Tom Izzo credit for reaching a point where he can publicly say, and by the way, I don't for a freaking second believe he feels this way. I do not for a second believe that Tom Izzo is unhappy most of his life. I just think Tom Izzo doesn't like the portal and is being as dramatic as possible in order to try to prove his point. But let's say, just for the fun, that Tom Izzo is being serious and that Tom Izzo is genuinely unhappy, quote, most of his life, end quote. Let's say that's true. Tom, what you need is not diminishment of the transfer portal. What you need is a therapist.
I thought you were going to say a hug, but it's kind of a therapy. No. Therapy is a hug, sort of.
You need a therapist, okay? I'm going to tell you all right now, yesterday was Mental Health Day. I mean this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. I'm not even being sarcastic or facetious. If you are unhappy, find a professional and talk to them. Find somebody that you can unpack your life to. Find somebody that you can talk to about your stress and your problems and your issues. And I'll go one step further. As a man, as a dude, as a bro, we are largely told our whole lives, you're not allowed to be sad or emotional. You bottle it up, you power through it, you man up, you grow a set, and you carry on. Fellas, it's 2023. Go talk to somebody. Unload that stuff. Decompress. Put it in the back window so that you can move on and be better.
By the way, that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. A lot of those things he talked about, you still should do some of that, but you can just talk about it with someone.
Talk to somebody. I mean, listen, yes, there are times when you are going to have to just power through it, and it sucks. That's real life. But in those times where you can't power through it, find somebody to talk to. That's fine, Tom. If you are genuinely, Peter just says, wrong, take it out on others. If you are genuinely unhappy, find somebody to talk to. But see, here's the thing. I don't think for a second Tom Izzo is genuinely unhappy with his life. You know how? Because he's been doing this a very long time and he gets paid a lot of money for it. Now, I'm not saying that committing to something for a long time and getting paid is the solution to being unhappy. What I am saying is Tom Izzo's made enough money that if he was genuinely unhappy coaching college basketball, he could quit, never work another day in his life, and do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Like FTR, he's a liar. You could probably go back and see him smiling somewhere. And
sure.
You cannot smile without being happy. Not a genuine smile.
Tom, stop. Stop. Okay? Just stop. You are not unhappy. And I don't mean to speak for anybody else's mental positioning. Maybe Tom Izzo is unhappy. But even if you are unhappy, trying to take things away from other people is not going to make you happier. Bringing people down to your level is not going to make you happier.
Unless you're a thief, then it probably makes you, and you should not be a thief. I'm ruining it. I'm going to stop.
If you are genuinely unhappy, Tom Izzo, then figure out something else that makes you happy and do that. But the solution to unhappiness is not to try and make life worse for other people. I have never understood the people who are unhappy and they're like, I will not have happy people around me. And they try to ruin the good time for everybody else. They are like Lonzo right now. They are the Debbie Downer. I've never understood that. I've never gotten that. Here's the thing. Because of that, I don't think Tom Izzo is unhappy. I think Tom Izzo is looking at the transfer portal and going, my job's harder now because I can't just go recruit a horde of talent, bring them all here, and then sit guys on the bench for 2 years, essentially preventing them from playing for somebody else that can beat me. Now, I not only have to recruit for Sparty, but I also have to make sure that the kids that are here, they're getting what I promised them. They're getting what I said they would get, that they are happy here, that they want to be here so that they can stay here. If somebody leaves your program, it's because they're unhappy. And it could be for a variety of reasons. They're unhappy with their playing time. They're unhappy with their scholarship arrangement. They're unhappy because they're not making as much NIL money at Michigan State as they might if they transferred to Indiana or Duke or North Carolina or wherever else. My guy, don't try, if you are truly unhappy, and I don't believe you are, don't try to take things away from other people because you're unhappy. It won't work. And B, and this is the part I genuinely have a problem with, don't fake this crap. Don't sit here and go, oh, I'm not in a good mental state. If you are not, it's a bad look, my dude. It's a real bad look. Tom Izzo is just the number one runner for OK Boomer of the Year award right now. This take is unbelievably bad, man. It's just bad. I'm unhappy, and that's made me be better. So other people should have to be unhappy too. Nope. I'm happy. I don't go up to people who aren't happy and go, you should be happy too, because I know that's not how it works. It doesn't work the other way around either. Tom, stop being a weirdo, man.
I disagree. When Rob Brown walks up and smiles at you, you can't help but to feel happy and to feel better about yourself and like, wow. You know what?
Listen, I hope that's the case.
I mean, that's what a smile does. I know I don't do it, but other people smile and it makes me feel better.
I genuinely hope that is the case. I really, truly, honestly do. I hope that I can make somebody's days better. That is part of the reason I try to be in a good mood all the time. But I also realize that just because I am away doesn't mean I can expect other people to be that way because I believe it's the best way. That's not how this works. Tom, you boomer. Ladies and gentlemen, Lonzo is about to blow your minds because he's got a Rob Brown Show Sports Flash. He's going to give you some of the most important sports stories in the world right now.
What? Ever.
It is Whatever Wednesday, so if you have got a take, hit them on the text line 71307. Start that text with fan. The last text when I stop talking will be the first thing we talk about when I start talking in the next hour. But between the here and there, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the seductive stylings of Lonzo in this TBRS Sports Flash.
All right, Zion Williamson made his return to New Orleans.
No!
Pelicans, who fell to the Orlando Magic 122-105. Williamson played 15 minutes and went 4 of 8 from the floor for 12 points with 5 rebounds, 5 assists. As far as we know, did not get hurt yet. South Carolina wide receiver Juice Wells' road to recovery will be just a little bit longer. Head coach Shane Beamer said yesterday that Wells is not expected to be available this Saturday when the Gamecocks host the Florida Gators. The NBA preseason got underway last night. As I was just talking about, the Charlotte Hornets traveled to Miami and fell to the Heat 113-109. Charlotte was led by 17 points from Lonzo Ball. Tune in Thursday night. That's tomorrow for football as the Chiefs take on the Broncos this Thursday at 7:30 on your home for the NFL football, the Fan Upstate. Had too much fun there. I probably should have, not did that, have too much fun, even though I'm told to have fun, By the way, Seb, earlier I saw you talking about Alter Bridge. I personally think Alter Bridge is better than Creed. The lead singer, Miles, I think is his name. I used to know it really well, but I am doing two things at once. Really enjoy them. And they've had more albums than Creed has had too. And probably have had more hits. I don't know. I mean, they're not George Strait, obviously. But I think Alter Bridge has had more hits than Creed. Definitely more albums. So the guy who went to your school, is he in Alter Bridge also?
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. So that means you could get Alter Bridge to play your wedding, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's it. That's the sway I got.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Why not? Why don't you just be Travis Kelce and shoot your shot? I mean, they might go, yeah, I remember you.
Actually, I'm not going to do that because there's already a band playing my wedding.
Oh, okay.
The best band.
Yeah. That's probably the better move there. And they're probably a lot cheaper. I'm just guessing.
Significantly.
Yeah. So, are you going to play your own wedding?
Yes.
Okay.
So we
not everyone can do that.
The reception arrangement is thus.
He's thus.
Yes. The reception arrangement is thus. It is a 4-hour reception. We will have
preceded by a 5-minute wedding.
Pretty much. We will have the wedding will be on the beach. We will then do a second line from the beach back to the house where the reception is going to be. The reception will be 4 hours long. The band without me will play the first hour. The DJ will play the second hour. The band with me will play the third hour. And then the DJ will play the last hour so that everybody can party together.
P. Digits, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but I do like Jars of Clay also.
Jars of Clay is not better than Creed. They're good. I don't have an issue with them.
Wait, was it LaMelo Ball? It probably was. You put Lonzo in there.
Listen,
dude.
Let me tell you how this works. How this works is I write up the storylines and I try to have them ready when Lonzo gets here so that he can.
Yeah, because I'm not doing real work. I'm not doing it.
So I write the stories up. I give them to Lonzo for the Sports Flash. And this morning I got here early and then I forgot to. It's the first thing I do when I get in.
All right, it's not Rob's fault. I normally rewrite them to how I talk. I didn't do that this morning.
No, I still
and I would have caught it because that's what I'm here for. I'm like the colander. Is it colander that you put that catches all the
strainer?
Yeah, but it's also a colander, isn't it?
I think that is correct.
I think a colander is more used for pasta, and that works better for a sturdy guy. I'm not sure. I would look up colander, but I don't know how to spell it. I do like the POD also, Josh. But my favorite song from POD is the theme from the second Matrix.
Click, pull.
Yeah, that's not the one. Dreaming of Zion away. Sleeping Awake. That's it. Sleeping Awake is my favorite. Gable's in first break. Wow, maybe they'll take the sports flash away from me because I read what was written down and I'm supposed to be writing them. And Rob is how
They'll take it away from me.
No, because I'm the one that's supposed to be writing them, and
Whatever.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
All right.
I was covering while you were sneezing.
Good morning.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. The final hour.
Wait. Should we apologize to Tom Izzo?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, Tom.
Too much fun being had here right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show, the final hour goes now. This is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great Malonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM. If you'd like to be a part of the radio broadcast, you have multiple ways to do it. You can hit us up on the phone line at 844-326-3663. You can text us on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air.
Poof.
You can tweet us at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, and at The Fan Upstate on Twitter, X, posts, threads, whatever.
Whatever.
And you can email me at rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. It is Whatever Wednesday.
Should I make a retraction, an apology for saying Lonzo Ball when I meant LaMelo Ball? But here's the thing. I have a fixation on the name Lonzo because it's an amazing name. So if you have a Lonzo in your family, that's the only person of your family that I might recognize. I apologize.
It is LaMelo Ball that plays for the Charlotte Hornets, and that was my bad because
dude, let me take this, okay? I covered it.
You're right. Lonzo
I covered
screwed
it.
up bad.
Yeah, thank you.
Screwed up something fierce.
Thank you. Maybe I'll be traded or replaced.
LaMelo LaFrance Ball.
Wait, LaFrance is his middle?
L-A-F-R-A-N-C.
Like as in Tour de?
As in La France.
Okay, LaFrance.
La France.
That's like a racing name, isn't it?
No, that's I forgot what it is. Whatever. So
I didn't mean to stump him. I mean, it's not easy to do.
The name LaForza?
You're thinking of a
Lamborghini?
game, and I'm thinking of La France like it's
there's the
a race
Tour de
card.
France.
Yeah, I already said that. It's like a race card name. It's like someone's name, I think.
I don't know.
I'm looking it up.
I don't know. All right, let's get to some more sports up in here before we get out of here for the day.
Whatever.
It is Whatever Wednesday, which means that the first text we got to end the last segment is the first thing we talk about here. Obviously, that's what I was about to do. Brandon texts the show and said, am I the only one that feels the Philadelphia Eagles are sandbagging right now? Yeah. I don't think the Eagles are sandbagging. I don't think the Eagles are as good as they were last year. I think the Eagles probably aren't quite as good as they were last year, A. I also think, B, the Eagles aren't sneaking up on anybody anymore. The Eagles entered the year as having the third best odds to win the Super Bowl. They are still in that position. Actually, I think they moved up to number 2.
I think
San Francisco 1, Philadelphia 2, Kansas City 3.
They seem like they're pacing themselves. They do. I think they've had like one test or something out of it. And so it would seem that way, but they've got to be looking at San Francisco and thinking we're probably going to meet them again in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that take entirely. Philadelphia had New England, Minnesota, Tampa Bay, Washington, and Los Angeles. They got the Jets this weekend.
So you look at that schedule. Who have they really played? I mean, really?
Tampa, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, and even then, you can't say it without that grimace when
Yeah.
you're saying it because, I mean, just because you're the best in the South doesn't mean you're that good.
Yeah.
So
Tampa, I guess, is the best I got.
So it's going to look like you're pacing yourself when the competition is not really that good.
Yeah, probably correct. Probably correct. I think they've got to save it because I also think that the deeper that the Eagles get into this scheduling, the more difficult it's going to get. Who do they have after the Jets? The Dolphins, the Commanders, who have a lot of pride on the line, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Niners, the Cowboys, the Seahawks. That's where they go after this.
So their back end is pretty tough.
Yeah.
But
The
until
middle
that
of the
point,
schedule
yeah,
sucks
yeah.
for Philly. They've got everybody who is considered a contender back to back to back to back to back to back to back. So that's a rough spot. That's a rough spot. Texter says, thoughts on last night's Tuesday Night War? Thought countering a great Bryan Danielson match with Dom talking for 10 minutes wasn't the best choice.
I don't think Dom actually talked for 10 minutes. I watched NXT because I taped them both, and that's the one I chose to watch because I like Cody and The Undertaker was on it. And I knew it wouldn't be The Undertaker. I knew of course that's what he's going to show up as, and I thought it was good. And you know what? I'm going to watch AEW when I go home, and I'm not going to go, I'm going to choose this one over this one. I'm going to be like, good wrestling all the way around.
Yep. I'll check them out. I haven't finished them yet. Here's a story that I kind of loved. I was scrolling around.
Don't tell Tom Izzo.
Don't tell Tom Izzo you like things or are happy. He hates happiness. Yesterday, I was scrolling through a couple of different college football gathering spots on the old internet. And I came across one where a bunch of Miami fans had gathered together. Of course, if you don't know what we're talking about, I'd like to know what rock you were under. In the Miami-Georgia Tech football game, with inside of 40 seconds remaining, Mario Cristobal, for some reason, made the insane decision to run a play instead of, take a knee and end the football game. Well, the Georgia Tech running back, although on review, he was down. All right? He was down. But whatever. That's not how football works. We don't have to go back and change it. At the end of the game, Mario Cristobal had his team run the football. They fumbled it. They turned it over to Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech ended up having maybe the most ridiculous come-from-behind victory of all time as they were able to, with 0 seconds on the clock remaining, convert a touchdown on a very long set of pass plays. And Georgia Tech ruined Miami's football season because now they have a loss. The Atlantic Coast Conference has 3 remaining undefeated teams: Louisville, North Carolina, and Florida State. You ready for the funnest part of this? They don't play each other. Louisville does not play Florida State or North Carolina. North Carolina does not play Florida State or Louisville. Florida State does not play Louisville or North Carolina. The ACC could end up with 3 undefeated teams. Had Miami won that game, because they do play a couple of those opponents, obviously Miami, Florida State, an annual rivalry game, Miami was very much in the catbird seat to go to the ACC title game. Then they got bumped because of that L to Georgia Tech. As I scrolled the interwebs yesterday and checked out some of my virtual college football gathering spaces, I saw an article that went up entitled, Miami's Mario Cristobal made wrong call not kneeling down. And in it, they laud Mario Cristobal.
Wait a minute, laud as in praise?
Correct.
Okay.
Wonderful job,
Look at you. Look at you surprised that I know what.
I was going to start clapping because
okay.
Laud, great job. I was
I
demonstrating.
think I heard it in a Christmas song or something.
Mario Cristobal said in his weekly news conference, quote, I made the wrong call. I take full ownership in not taking a knee and giving them the opportunity to have a couple extra plays and preventing us from sealing the win. and I went to where the Miami fans tend to gather in this college football virtual meeting place. And there were two reactions. One of the reactions was, this guy needs to be fired immediately. The other reaction was, I am glad that we have a head coach that is willing to acknowledge his mistake. Now, I'm a big believer in second chances because I know that everybody makes mistakes. I am willing to give second chances as long as there is a good faith effort to prove to me that you actually learned, you actually grew, you recognize not that you made a mistake, but what the mistake is, how it can be rectified, that you make penance for that mistake, and then we can all move on together. Mario Cristobal acknowledged he made a mistake, and I appreciate that. There's a pretty big difference between a mistake and egregious malpractice. And to me, this was egregious malpractice. And I believe it was egregious malpractice because as I watched this game on Saturday, one of my favorite things in the world is when the fiance, the lady friend, joins me in the bro cave. She sits on the couch and I sit in the gaming chair, and you know, she's usually scrolling Instagram or reading a book or working on her laptop or whatever. And she'll check in on the games. She'll ask me stuff, but like, it's more of like, let's just be around each other because we're still in that phase where we like each other. And so this game is on and I've got the sound on.
Do you plan on having a phase where you don't?
I mean, I feel like everybody has a phase where they don't like each other. I'm not saying it has to be a long one. You can love somebody and not like them, and vice versa. So we're sitting there on the couch. It's late, and my phone's blowing up because my college football buddies are all texting about what if Miami loses this game, right? And then they sealed the win, right? They sealed the win. It's over. They got the ball back. It's over. It's done. And she checks into the game. She's watching, and the offense lines up to run a play. And she says, shouldn't they just kneel it? Shouldn't they just take a knee? And I went, yeah. And I went, yeah, because she was right. Now, she's a college football girl. She's a Gamecock. She loves her some South Carolina Gamecock football. But she's not necessarily super rulesy, right? She loves football, but she don't know ball. I mean, she knows touchdowns and all that. She's very good. She knows her stuff. She knows when stuff's going good. But, like, she's not going to sit there and diagnose plays with me. She looked at me about a game that she had zero rooting interest in and said, shouldn't they be taking a knee? They would win this game, right? And I said, yep. If she picked that out, if she took herself out of her, I think she was reading a book that night. She disconnected from her book, checked into the game, recognized the down distance and situation and play clock, and called that shot while being distracted by whatever book she was reading that night. Then Mario Cristobal needed to know that. That's egregious malpractice as the head coach of a football program the size, stature, and legacy of the Miami Hurricanes. With all of that being said, I am, as I mentioned, all about second chances. People make mistakes all the time. This may shock you. I make like 2 to 3 a year mistakes. Like 2 to 3 a year.
Not here, though. It's elsewhere.
Yeah,
because I haven't seen any. So
I'm all for second chances. But there are just some things that you can't forgive and forget. And this is one of them, man. Miami had even me, noted Miami disliker, Rob Brown. Even I was like, The Canes are for real. All of the sudden, FSU v. Miami looks like it might be a game of the year candidate because those two teams might enter that rivalry game undefeated. Those two teams might enter that rivalry game in a situation where a win sends you to the ACC championship and likely the college football playoff, and a loss will send you to the Cotton Bowl. This is kind of a big deal. And instead, Miami got screwed out of that chance. Not because they ran the wrong play, not because the wrong guy threw or caught or ran the ball, but because Mario Cristobal didn't understand that a knee wins you the game. And then you compound that with the fact that he did the exact same thing in his last job. This is not the first time, it's the second time. Which means that this would not be a second chance, this would be a third chance for him to make the same egregious decision, outlandish decision, frankly, and this is the scientific term, dumb decision. That's a terrible move. Am I saying Mario Cristobal needs to go? No, that's your decision, Miami, not mine. What I am saying is if I was a Miami fan today, I noticed that, respectfully, we ain't heard from Hurricane Jeff this week. He texts the show all the time. Ain't heard from him. And I get it.
He could just be busy, man. Don't be dissing him. Or he could be
it's not a diss.
Hey, listen, it's a hard thing to deal with knowing that your coach did that right at the end of the game and you would still be undefeated. It is difficult.
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't want to say anything about it either. Diddy and I on Sunday were texting all day before the Saints-Patriots game. When that game was over, Diddy went radio silent on me, which is very understandable, right? Because there comes a point where as a fan of a team, you're like, I can't talk about this right now because it will enrage me and people are just going to drop atom bombs on me and I can't do anything about it. I'm not saying that Miami needs to fire Mario Cristobal. That's their job. That's their decision. What I am saying is if I was a Miami fan right now, I would be very upset. I would have a hard time watching Mario Cristobal lead that team out of the tunnel next week and having any level of confidence that we're finishing this season 11-1.
All right, this is extremely hypothetical, and I understand that. But what if they go undefeated the rest of the year and make the playoff?
They're not going to make the playoff.
I said what if, and since you've got that stuck in my head, everything is a what if now.
What if I?
So what if that were to happen?
First off,
there's a percentage of a chance that it could happen.
First off, no, there's not because I don't.
Small percentage, but
incredibly small, like
yeah,
1%.
But they could win the rest of their games. They absolutely could.
They absolutely could. It's not that. The problem is it is out of their hands at this point.
I'm just curious as a fan base, if you're a Miami fan, if they were able to come back and do that, would that help you to forgive that call?
I mean, I would have to guess yes, right? Like I would have to guess that yes, you would feel differently. But
or do you go, yeah, we're here, but we wouldn't have had a struggle if you would have just knelt the ball? Is that do you do that, or do you go, hey, we recovered from that thing?
A lot of teams have lost and made the playoff, and everybody forgot about the L, right? Ohio State last year lost to Michigan, made the playoff, and for at least a couple of days, you didn't think about the L to Michigan, even though that is worth Ryan Day's job.
Then the worst kick in the history of mankind happened, and now that's all you think of.
If you win the championship, you're not talking about, you don't care about that loss because you won the Natty.
Right.
But if Miami doesn't make, see, to me, I got to look at the inverse here. Not what if they make it to the playoffs. They're not going to make an ACC championship game on which they beat Georgia Tech and they're knocking on the door. Because now there's not one, there's not two, there's 3 ACC teams that remain undefeated, and none of them play each other. They don't play each other. So
you're talking about undefeated in the division or just undefeated period?
Undefeated period. Louisville, UNC, and Florida State have 0 losses between them.
Isn't Duke in there too? Because
Duke lost the game.
Yeah, but only 1 loss, what I'm saying.
Correct. But I'm saying there are 3 teams with 0 losses combined. None of them.
But Duke's loss was not a ACC loss.
Correct. But still, that still puts them on the outs, right? 3 teams in the ACC without an L. Miami would have been number 4, but Cristobal did that. My question is, are you pulling the plug? Are you giving up? Because there were already people frustrated about a team that last year gave up, quit on that school. And now you do this? How am I supposed to trust you? Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Got a few more things I want to knock out before we end the show. I am Rob Brown. He
Whatever.
is Lonzo. It is Whatever Wednesday. Next text that comes in, we open up with a discussion about it when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. The other undefeated Miami team will take an L this week. Go Panthers. Is it wild?
Is Miami? No, Miami
I want
lost.
to take the Panthers to cover.
Miami lost.
Yeah, they lost.
Yeah, they're not undefeated.
They lost to Buffalo, to Josh Allen. But then he gave one of the Josh Allens right back.
He did. It's too many Josh Allens for any Josh Allen. But again, Josh Allen met Josh Allen, and Josh Allen was not happy to see Josh Allen many, many times. As he did. Josh Allen said to Josh Allen, quit picking on me. And then Josh Allen said to Josh Allen, get up off the ground, punk. So I haven't jumped back into it, but apparently Starfield had a major update that fixed a bunch of things. Same thing with Diablo 4. Eventually I'll get back into that.
Twice a week, we're going to break down the NFL after Thursday Night Football and Sunday Night Football. It's every team, it's every game, it's all 32 teams. We give you a complete picture, and we get into it. We don't.
So I'm going to see if it works for me again today like it did yesterday. And I get really sleepy, get up and get on the treadmill. Because right now, I don't feel too bad. It's that drive home that's difficult for me. Went to Borderlands yesterday to pick up a comic book, and I went down 276 to go home. And this guy gets beside me and just at the red light, just doing that thing where they're wanting to go. It's like, man, leave me alone. Just trying to go home. Does that say toad of shame? Or am I just looking at that wrong?
Panthers merch is currently in a tote of shame.
Is that the word you were going for?
Yeah, the tote of shame. I get it.
I don't. What
bag where you hide all the stuff.
Okay. All right. Like the Aints. Okay, I get it.
Whatever Wednesday rolls on.
Whatever.
The first text we got when we went to break said, that crap from Miami makes me feel better about Notre Dame only having 10 men on the field against Ohio State. At least our coach, or at least I can say, at least our coach didn't pull a Mario Cristobal. Yeah, it's just the worst coaching decision. Just the worst. I'm trying to think of a worse coach. Having 10 men on the field is at least a personnel issue where there's multiple people to blame. Your head coach, your defensive coordinator, your defensive backs coach, or line coach, or linebackers coach, whoever was short a man, the player themselves. Like the blame gets spread around.
Why don't you blame the kid who didn't hang on to the ball? I mean, I get it was a poor coaching decision. Yeah, but hang on to the ball, man.
Fumbles happen.
I think he should get some of the blame.
I think that's very easy to say. And that is something that I could say at any turnover at any point.
No,
hang on to the ball.
And you would be right. But he gets no blame. The coach gets all the blame.
Yes. Because he never should have been in that position.
But if he does that and he doesn't fumble the ball, we're not having this conversation.
Yes, we are. I am still coming in here going, that was the most dumbass decision of the weekend.
You know why?
Absolutely.
I don't think people would be talking about it as much because no one would have noticed.
I disagree. I would have, again, before the snap happened, someone else in the room with me who is not a diehard college football fan, she's a Gamecock fan alone, was pointing out it was a bad decision. I think it still would have been noticed. We'd have just said, you got away with one. You got away with one. Texter said, Rob, cold pizza is better than out of the oven hot pizza. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It depends on what kind of pizza it is.
It doesn't.
It can be, absolutely, because you know why? You don't have to worry about burning your mouth. It's still got really good flavor. And yeah, I'm there, depending on the pizza.
Cool. When's the last time you called Domino's and said, can you bring me a cold pizza? You've never done it. And if it was better than hot pizza, you would order cold pizzas. But you, nor any other functioning member of society, has never ordered, a cold pizza. That's how I know hot pizza is better.
By the way, everyone orders a cold pizza eventually because someone gets lost on their way to bringing the pizza.
And then what happens? You go, I need another pizza. This one's cold.
It depends on who you are. Some people
Or
are
you
non-confrontational and go, I guess I'll use the microwave.
Why would you use the microwave? Because the hot
I
pizza's
said
better.
some
Nobody's
people.
ever gotten a cold pizza
I don't know why
and
you get
went,
it. This is almost like the hot dog, the cold hot dog thing again. You just don't like cold food.
No, I'm saying in this case, you cannot make the argument that cold pizza is better than hot pizza, because if it was, restaurants would serve cold pizza, people would order cold pizza, and no one would ever complain about their pizza showing up cold.
Would you try a restaurant out that had cold pizza?
No.
It has to be cooked first. I mean, so it's just out there.
Restaurants serve all kinds of food chilled. They can make the pizza and then fridge the pizza to serve you cold pizza, but nobody does that.
All right. Keegan says day old cold pizza for breakfast. Delicious. Yes, it is. It absolutely
It's
is.
not good. I'm saying it's better than hot pizza is a ridiculous comment. You know why people eat cold pizza in the morning? Because we're all, me too, are too lazy to heat up the oven and heat the pizza up.
By the way, P Digits, I would go with that, but that would go against my argument. But yes, the air fryer, that's how if I don't feel like eating cold pizza, because sometimes I just do. Sometimes I just want the cold pizza because it's convenient, it still tastes good. And every once in a while, if I want to reheat the pizza up, depending on where it comes from, because certain pizzas have thicker crust needs to be heated up.
Again.
And so, but thin crust, cold, oh, it's so good.
Again, I never said cold pizza is not good. I said
You implied it, sir. You implied
No, I
it, sir.
didn't.
Yes, you absolutely
No.
did.
This take was...
We all heard it, didn't we?
No,
didn't we all hear
didn't.
it?
This take is cold pizza is better than out of the oven hot pizza. That's a ridiculous take. That's ridiculous.
Hey, whatever, man.
It doesn't mean cold pizza isn't good. It means it's not nearly as good as hot pizza. All right?
I appreciate you, Texter. Rob apparently does not.
I appreciate you too. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you texting. You're just wrong, man.
You're right, Keegan.
You're just wrong.
You're right.
All right.
One step away from communism.
Oh my God. Hey, is anybody else intrigued by the lawsuits, the legal angle of conference realignment but me? I am. There's a very interesting development taking place right now in the Pac-12, right? We all know the Pac-12 is dead. There's only 2 teams left in it as of the end of this football season. We know that Washington State is in it. We know that Oregon State is in it. Everybody else is gone, right? But there's a very interesting thing developing in the Pac-12 because the Pac-12 currently has a bylaw in it right now. And the bylaw says once you announce your departure, not depart, once you announce your departure, you lose your vote in the operations of the Pac-12, right? So when you say, hey, we're out, we're moving, we're going to the Big 10, we're going to the Big 12, we're going wherever. Once you say we're out, we're gone. It doesn't matter if it's the next year or 2 years or 5 years out, you lose your right to vote in the activities of the Pac-12. Well, everybody's gone except 2. And according to the letter of the law, as written to and agreed to by the constituents of the Pac-12, that would mean that none of the schools, with the exception of Washington State and Oregon State, have a vote in what the Pac-12 does for the remainder of this year. And that includes the finances that are to be split up by the conference. So Washington State and Oregon State decided to dive into a lawsuit. They decided to dive into a lawsuit to make sure that the bylaws of the Pac-12 are adhered to during the departure of every other school. And they have brought to the table what I think is a very, very solid precedent here. Because when USC and UCLA announced that they were departing the Pac-12 to go to the Big 10, those bylaws went into effect. USC and UCLA lost their ability to vote on Pac-12 activities from last year through the end of this year when they move over to their new home conference. So Washington State and Oregon State back in September filed a complaint for breach of bylaws and sought an emergency temporary restraining order to protect what the schools called a, quote, imminent and existential threat, end quote, to the future of their conference. The temporary restraining order was granted September 27th, at which point a hearing for preliminary injunction was set for November 14th. The hearing would likely determine who would have voting rights on the Pac-12's board. This is really interesting. Not just that lawsuit, but now the University of Washington has decided that they are going to represent all the other schools that are departing the Pac-12. They have filed a motion to intervene in Whitman County, Washington's Superior Court, seeking to join the lawsuit filed by Washington State and Oregon State against the Pac-12 and Commissioner George Kliavkoff. If granted, the motion would pave the way for Washington to file a motion to dismiss the lawsuit, which neither the school nor the other 9 departing Pac-12 universities currently have the authority to do because they're not parties to the lawsuit. Oregon State and Washington State did not file this lawsuit and name the other schools as members. No, they went straight after the Pac-12 and Kliavkoff and said, wait a minute, you have these bylaws in effect. You have enforced these bylaws in the past. You must enforce them again. Kliavkoff and the Pac-12 said, no, wait a minute, this is different. Because then you would be the only two. And they went, you probably should have thought about that earlier. You probably should have considered that before you all decided to leave, that now for the rest of this season, we are the only two with a vote and we get to decide how everything gets split up. Is anybody else but me interested in this? Because this is fascinating to me. We're going to talk more about this later on in the week. We got to take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap this show up. The next text to come in is the first text we read out of the gate. On the flip side, the Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate.
So, you guys don't have a cool boss like I do. If you do, that's fine. My boss downstairs, the big boss, just sent me an email thinking I'd be interested in a redone graphic novel about Guns N' Roses. It looks pretty cool. And my response was, I hope Fat Axel is the villain because, you know. Might actually see about having those people on. Why not?
Texter said flaccid.
Yes. I know it was you, Steven. Way to go.
It was not.
Wasn't? Okay.
It was Keegan.
Ah, okay. Playing all the hits today.
Playing the hits.
Anytime I see an email from Steve and then I look to see if other people got the email and it's just me, it's like, oh no. I do want to check out the book and see if it's Thin Axel or Fat Axel. It's probably going to be Thin Axel.
I'm going to start using burner numbers.
Hit up KD. He can tell you how to do it.
I'm living the life that I lived before I started having knee pain 10 years ago.
Meet Julie, a woman who makes the most of every moment in life. But over the last years, those moments were filled with agonizing pain until she discovered QC Kinetics.
Finally, the pain got so bad that people around me are like, oh, when are you getting your knee replaced?
Hey, we don't do that around here, Keegan.
I listened to my last QC Kinetics.
It was a nice attempt, though.
What Julie found out was QC Kinetics treats osteoarthritis with regenerative therapies.
How would you even get a burner phone? I mean, how do you afford one, first of all?
Oh, burner phones are nothing.
Okay. Do tell.
Walmart. They just come with a number. You put a paid number of minutes on them. Once those minutes are out, don't work anymore until you buy more minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just more proof of my point, Keegan. That's amazing.
You see the name tag on the desk?
No, because I can't see.
It says David Tebber.
Oh, does it? Okay.
The mouse is not going to be happy, but that's funny.
Yeah, don't get that. Get that. What are you doing? See, I like how you word your polls in a way to put me in a position where I'm always going to lose.
You're going to lose because hot pizza is better.
That is
than
such a
cold
petty
pizza.
tactic.
And
what you're the only one who gets what I'm saying.
What is the way I phrased it that is incorrect there? The text said cold pizza is better than hot pizza. So I asked the question very simply, what is better, hot pizza or cold pizza? That is a direct response to that text.
I don't know why you're being so angry about it. It's there are two votes now, and one says hot and one says cold. Did you vote in your own poll?
I did not.
Okay, all right. I did.
Well, now I'm going to.
All right, just so Rob will be wrong, go in and vote cold pizza. That's how you fix votes, right? That's how you do. I don't know. Is that how you do that? I did not see a Joe Burrow cartoon, but is it like starring Macaulay Culkin? Right. Exactly. See, that was the whole point of the texter. When you get pizza right out of the oven, you can't eat it. But cold pizza, you can eat it.
No, that's not what he said.
Yeah. Everyone else.
That's not
everyone
what he
else.
said. He said hot pizza is better than cold, or cold pizza is better than hot pizza.
I don't think that's exactly what the texter
you have started
said.
adding all these different little things on to try to skew the argument.
Do I have to bring
me.
up the text line to look at the exact quote?
Still up. Quote. Cold pizza is better than out of the oven hot pizza. No, it's not.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have you ever eaten a pizza, you took it out of the oven and jammed it in your face? No.
You put it on the plate and then
you
do that. Yeah, everyone does that because it smells good and you want to take a bite and you think, oh man, it should be good enough, and then boom, you get burnt. That's all they were saying. Get that Izzo look off your face.
I'm unhappy most of my life. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. It is whatever Wednesday. Texter said, well, we got a couple.
Whatever.
Texter said, cold uncooked hot dogs on cold pizza is legit. All right, now you're just being lunatics. All right, now you're just antagonistic.
Now you're just coming after Rob, and you should never do that. Who would encourage such a thing?
Texter said the right out of the oven pizza is dripping grease and blistering hot. The cold pizza is perfect for consumption. How
exactly right? Exactly right. That was the whole point of the texter.
No.
Now, if the hot pizza is the perfect temperature where you're not going to burn yourself, good. But how do you know when you're there? With the cold pizza, you already know it's the right temperature. This is another 1%er argument. It's got to be what it is.
Yes,
because 1%ers would never eat cold pizza.
Stop.
Because they give it to the help.
Stop.
So whatever. If while you're cleaning that up, you can have whatever pizza's left. That's how that works.
I will let you get away with your fun and shenanigans all the time.
I hear that's an awesome band, by the way.
But you are not going to get away with labeling pizza as a 1%er food. Okay.
How the pizza is eaten could be a 1%. There's a 1%er method to doing things. Yes.
Yes. You know us 1%ers setting up in our chateaus atop our ivory towers.
Or living in a place right on a golf course.
And Domino's, because you poors can't have Domino's.
I don't think 1%ers eat Domino's. They're more Pizza Hut people.
I got 60 points in my Domino's account to get a free medium pizza right now.
Ooh.
2 toppings, son.
What toppings you going with?
Pepperoni sausage. It's a meat lover. Get at me. Texas said, hey, Lonzo, why don't you just eat the pizza cold with fresh, uncooked ingredients? It's really no different, right?
No, we've never said that. That's going too far. I mean, because it's frozen and that would be.
People listen.
No, you got to cook the pizza first.
People Listen to me.
It's about not burning yourself. That's all it is.
Listen to me.
Listen.
If you take a pizza out of the oven and jam it right into your face hole, then you deserve the blister, dummy.
Which face hole are we talking about? There's several of them.
If you take the pizza out of the oven and you go, I gotta eat this right now, then you obviously you don't understand how pizza works, so I don't care about your opinion on it.
Or you don't understand how hunger works. When you cook something and it smells so good, and how do you know the temperature is the right temperature? Do you like stick a thermometer in it? No. The only way you can find out is by taking a bite.
I don't understand you people. I don't understand you people.
He did mean you people, by the way. He absolutely meant it.
I don't get it.
Also, all us poors and mids.
We just got the hey, please stop after the show text. So that's enough pizza talk. You guys got me in trouble. All right.
I didn't get one.
Oh, so it's just me. Awesome.
Yeah. It's about the pizza take.
Overrated coaches like Sean Payton eat cold pizza. All right. Tomorrow going to be a lot of stuff to talk about. We've got the NIL subcommittee meeting that takes place tomorrow. I believe that meeting is taking place in the morning, so we may or may not have news during the show about what it says. I am going to ask the question tomorrow until we start getting that news, because there's a lot of conversation about NIL, but I also wonder, during the season, does anybody care about these conversations? And I mean that, right? Like, we want to have conversations here on the show that you guys want to have. The pizza just lit up the text line more than anything else we've talked about today, right? But I wonder during the season, like while there's football to be discussed, I wonder if any of you guys care about the NIL conversation. To me, it's massively important. It is and I called it at the time, and I will stand by it now. It is, without question, the most enormous development maybe in the history of college football. I think the only one that might go down as a bigger development to college football, the only thing that I think is a bigger development is when TV networks announced that they would start carrying games nationally. I think that changed the landscape of college football. Before that, college football was a very regional showcase. The teams in the South played the teams in the South. The teams in the North played the teams in the North. The teams in the Midwest played the teams in the Midwest. The teams out West played the teams out West. And at the end, all the writers from different parts of the country came together and said, we got the best team. No, we got the best team. No, we got the best team, until somebody gave up. Then the TV network started carrying nationally. You now end up where this football game of ours is an international spectator sport. But I think transfer portal and NIL are right there in that discussion. I think that it has. I think that it does. I think that it will continue to shape the landscape of college football. So I think it is an enormous deal. And now that we've got very clearly two different sides of the discussion, you got one side of the discussion that is very pro transfer portal and very pro NIL, me. You got the other side of the discussion that is not that. Then you got people sprinkled in the middle who are like, I don't care. But that's a very small minority of people, I think. So I wonder if during the season, you guys care at all about these types of discussions. This subcommittee meeting tomorrow is enormous. It's huge, because the NCAA's got to lay down guidelines, or is trying to lay down guidelines about NIL protocols for the schools themselves. But see, here's the interesting part. Joey B and I had this discussion earlier in the show. The NCAA is walking on eggshells with this stuff, because they are aware that if they push too hard, if they go too far, if they overstep in the subjective eyes of the Big Ten and the SEC primarily, they understand that if they overstep and they tick off those two organizations, that those two organizations may take whatever steps are next and necessary to disassociate themselves from the National Collegiate Athletics Association. And if they do that, the NCAA is dead, and a lot of people making a lot of money ain't going to be making that money anymore. That's important to them. So I'm going to pay attention to this story, but I wonder how much you guys talk about it or want to talk about it, and we will address that on tomorrow's show. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap up today's show the way we always wrap up today's show. We're going to wrap up today's show like this.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Still a little early, but that's fine. It's time for me to ask Rob what the X is going on, and he will tell us why.
I'll do my best.
Like, why does he get to stop over and I don't? I shouldn't be complaining about that because it could, I just the first thing that's Xing
Yo
is Daryl Hall.
Like Daryl Hall, like from Hall & Oates, Daryl Hall?
Yes, you're
Cool.
out. You're out of touch. I'm out of time. Sarah Smile.
Sarah Smile.
So soulful. It really was.
That's a banger, dude. It's a banger, dude.
If you're having a smooth kind of day, throw in some Sarah Smile. Yeah.
Birthday?
Yes.
Let's go with birthday.
All right. All right.
Happy birthday.
How old do you think he is?
72.
77.
Oh,
and by the way, the I don't know what it is. Something with Daryl where he has other artists come in. Have you ever watched that? Come into his basement.
I have not.
Yeah, he brings in
thing.
He brings in a bunch of different guys and they sing their songs, and he plays and sings along with them. It's
that's dope.
Yeah,
it's on YouTube.
I believe so. You should check it out. It's really cool. All right, the next thing that's Xing is Taz.
I have not watched last night's AEW yet. I've got
Me either.
2 more matches on NXT, and then I'm going to watch AEW. It's not a preference. It's just that's the first one that came up on my to-watch list of links this AM.
He also shares this day.
Oh, your birthday it's Taz's birthday too?
It is Taz's birthday.
Incredible. Taz is 49.
No.
55.
56.
56.
So Taz is
Taz
is
doing
a
just
year and a
fine.
month older than me. So
Taz is doing just fine, man.
all right, the next thing that's Xing is LL Cool J.
52.
No.
Oh, it's not his birthday.
No.
I have no idea why LL Cool J is trending.
Uh,
I'm fine that he is.
I believe from what I saw, the Hip Hop Awards happened last night, and the old man killed it.
Hey, man, ladies love Cool James.
They do, and people forget before he became an actor, he was a pretty cool rapper.
Yeah, I would go. He was toward. I don't know, man. I don't know where I put him in the
His crossover.
Yes. I would say he was
yeah.
one of the most important rappers as far as that crossover appeal.
When he did I Need Love, I think made it to the number 1 on a bunch of different charts, including crossover. And I'm Gonna Knock You Out. There's a couple that crossed over.
Mama said knock you out.
And yeah, and the video for that was excellent. All right, the next thing that is Xing is The Undertaker.
So he showed up on, speaking of WWE NXT last night, he showed up on NXT last night and gave Braun Breaker a choke slam from hell. It was great. Going about that, like, I got to imagine. If you're a wrestler,
Do you think it's an honor?
you take bumps. Hell yeah. You take bumps to sell and make yourself look good. But if you get a dude like Cena or Undertaker to come down and go, I'm going to hit you with my signature moves as the send off for the show, you take it like it's the last bump you're ever going to take.
Especially with the Undertaker, who has retired and been retired, but then he comes out and he looks good like he did doing that, and then all those people are gonna be like, okay, come on, one more match, Undertaker, and he doesn't. He does not, and he said himself that he gets that itch. Yeah, he shouldn't.
Just in case he's listening, Taker, you and Sting need to call it a career, guys. We get it. You're awesome. We got it. We'll always appreciate what you did, but y'all gotta quit.
I don't have the sounder up, but I'll just say nope.
All right, that's it for us. We got to go. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed the show. We enjoy bringing it to you. Have a lovely rest of your day. We're back tomorrow, and tomorrow we start looking ahead to the football weekend on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah! All right, guys, I have been summoned to the principal's office, so if this was my last show, I enjoyed spending time with you. If not,
it's the pizza take, man.
We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Tell your friends about us. We'll see you later.